Chapter 285. Indeed, these two have already surpassed our level. Before the competitions of the hidden dragon rank had started, Tua Baku had used his wild instinct to guess that Sikong Sheng and Yi Chun were the most powerful warriors. Right now, his guess had come true. Sikong Sheng's biggest ace was his half-step Zhen Yuan, while Yi Chen's was 70% sword intent. No one in the young generation could threaten them. On the battling platform, Yi Chen held his Star Scar sword, the Zhen Qi inside his body operating at an extreme speed. His sharp sword intent and sword aura continued to climb, preparing for the next powerful sword attack. Sikong Sheng, who was standing in front of him, was also accumulating his power. His fist aura was extremely rich, turning into waves of powerful poetic perspectives. The two had gotten rid of the feeling of testing each other and decided to use all of their power. Boom! It was almost within the same second that the two started to attack each other fiercely. Sky-shattering clouds. 5 movements combined. Yi Chen's pupils had almost been dyed into a bright blue color, which was the color of thunder and lightning. His body was running at an extreme speed, while the Star Scar sword in his hand had turned into a lightning light, attacking crazily. His speed was extremely fast, with a hint of lightness in it. Fist Tyrant River. Sikong Sheng looked very serious as he threw out an ace attack. That powerful fist, aura, had pierced through the air in front of him. Boom! The thunder sword light and the powerful fist power clashed together. The whole battling platform started to shake. The broken rocks on the platform floated up into the air, turning into a strange, still state. The next second, the air started to vibrate like boiling water. That aggressive qi power spread out in all directions, exploding suddenly. Yi Chen could not stop his body and was blown hundreds of meters away by that qi power. Such a condensed fist power. Yi Chen controlled his qi and blood that were going against the flow. Although that sword attack was still his sky-shattering clouds, it was the combination of 5 movements of his sky cloud sword art. It was more than twice as powerful as the combination of 4 movements. After all, he had spent so many days in the competitions, and it had given him a lot of inspiration. However, Sikong Sheng's fist power was even more aggressive. It had been completely combined into one. With only one fist power, it had shaken the whole world. The sword intent and the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds had both been shattered by it. His mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art is probably the most horrifying top-rank Earth Realm fist art. No matter the movements or mentality, they are all top-notch. I am slightly disadvantaged in terms of martial art rank. Although fusing sword moves could solve the problem temporarily, it was not a long-term solution after all. If he wanted to have more potential, he would have to find a top-rank Earth Realm sword art to cultivate. Of course, top-rank Earth Realm martial arts couldn't be lacking either. However, my mentality of thunder and clouds is not ordinary either. Combined with 70% sword intent, its explosive power is definitely top-notch. Yi Chen let out a breath, looking at Sikong Sheng in front of him. Under the explosion of his qi, Sikong Sheng had backed out less than 10 meters compared to Yi Chen. However, he was not feeling any better either. That thunder sword light was full of explosive power, and it had released its most powerful power in a very short period of time, which made the fist power of the mysterious Sky Tyrant fist unable to shatter it immediately. The reason why he was able to back out less than 10 meters was because Sikong Sheng's basic power was more powerful than Yi Chen's. No matter cultivation, Zhen Qi quality, or quantity, he was more powerful than Yi Chen. This was his biggest advantage, but also Yi Chen's biggest disadvantage. Good, very good. In these 3 years, you are the first young warrior that could make me back out. You should be proud. lifting up his eyes. Sikong Sheng's gaze was like that of a god, full of confidence. But now, I will not hold back anymore. You need to be prepared to be badly wounded. Just bring it on. No need to talk too much. Yi Chen's sword intent was condensed without disappearing. It was getting sharper and sharper, shaking the air around him. In fact, up until now, he had never truly released his 70% sword intent, because his 70% sword intent was different from other people's 70% sword intent. From the Battle King's 2 sword intents, he had learned a little bit of immortal mentality. After a couple of months of accumulation, his sword intent could finally stay in the real world for 5 blinks of an eye. It was an extremely horrifying improvement, since even other people's completed sword intent did not have this kind of effect. Shoo! Moving his body within a second, Sikong Sheng wanted to get close to Yi Chen and attack him with a deadly attack. My movement art is not weaker than yours either. As the wind blew, Yi Chen's body disappeared like a pile of black smoke. Seeing that, Sikong Sheng frowned. In his sight, Yi Chen's figure could no longer be seen. Yi Chen's movement art was also at the top rank Earth realm, and it contained a very special effect. His whole body seemed to have turned into a shadow. Since this is the case, take my fist-shattering river. Stopping his body, Sikong Sheng locked onto Yi Chen again, throwing out a fist attack. Immortal sky-shattering clouds. The immortal mentality from his sword intent had been poured into his sword movement. Yi Chen held his Star Scar sword with both of his hands, throwing out a dark blue thunder light towards Sikong Sheng. The thunder light was like a waterfall, shooting out violently. Crack! Crack! A weird scene happened. Sikong Sheng's fist power was extremely condensed, but no matter how powerful it was, it could not shatter the thunder light formed by the sword chi. It seemed like that thunder light had the ability to repair itself as it continued to absorb power from the surreal space. Within a blink of an eye, the fist power and the sword chi exploded at the same time, combining together and creating a horrifying chi tornado that spread out crazily. Boom! Yi Chen's back was stuck on the ceiling light wall. He tasted something sweet in his mouth, and blood dripped out from the corner of his mouth. His protective Zhen Qi was still a bit weak after all, and could not block out the vibration of the fist power completely. Added with the aftershock of the Qi tornado, he was slightly wounded. Shoo! Backing out for almost 100 meters, Sikong Sheng's confident expression froze. Within the Qi tornado, a beam of sword Qi shot out, brushing past his left arm and bringing up a stream of blood. Such a horrifying Qi tornado had not been able to shatter the sword Qi completely. There was still a bit of it left, attacking Sikong Sheng. Horrifying! What kind of sword Qi was that? The audience gasped one after another. Everyone in the younger generation was stunned. The intensity of the battle was beyond their imagination. The ceiling light curtain was like a leaking balloon. From time to time, 1 or 2 beams of chi would shoot out, riddling the light curtain with thousands of holes. Sikong Sheng has been hit by the sword chi. Yi Chen's 70% sword intent is way more powerful than the normal 70% sword intent. It would be impossible to destroy it within a short period of time. Otherwise, Sikong Sheng would not be wounded at all. In the beginning, although Yi Chen had exploded with that horrifying 70% sword intent, there were not many people who thought he would win, including the 13 judges. However, after a while of battling, Yi Chen had not only not fallen into a disadvantage, but had even managed to fight against Sikong Sheng. Right now, Yi Chen had crashed into the ceiling light wall and was slightly wounded, but Sikong Sheng had also been scratched by the sword Qi on his left arm, which was also slightly wounded. The record of being unwounded in the last hidden dragon rank had been broken. Is this still the young generation? Even the warriors who had just reached the astral reaching realm would not be this powerful. a battle between the top of the young generation. If the hidden dragon rank competitions want to surpass this battle, it would be extremely hard. It would be almost impossible in the next hundreds of years. Indeed, their battle was already like the battle between normal early astral reaching realm warriors. It would be extremely rare. Once they reached the astral reaching realm, it would be even more powerful. Everyone was shocked. The battle had progressed to this point, and it had already gone beyond their imagination. No one knew what would happen next. Yi Chun, Ji Shuiyin, could feel that her heart was beating extremely fast. All she could see was Yi Chun, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng were all focused on Yi Chun as well. Damn, how is this possible? The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, gasped at first, then became extremely furious. He had never thought that Yi Chun would be able to fight against Sikong Sheng. He thought that once Sikong Sheng got serious, Yi Chun would lose. So scary. He is definitely a monster. Right now, he already has the power to threaten early astral reaching realm warriors. All of the core masters of the Purple Sun Martial School looked at each other. There was a heavy worry and killing intent in their eyes. Tu Chongshan tried his best to control his emotions. He thought to himself word by word, "No matter what, you are going to die. I will let you live a little longer." What a strange sword chi. It is so hard to destroy. Sikong Sheng sealed the bleeding meridian on his left arm as he looked at Yi Chun, who was hundreds of meters away. Even though he had the half-step Shenyuan protection, it was still pierced through by that almost indestructible sword chi. If it were not for his fast reflexes, that sword chi would have gone through his left arm for sure, instead of just brushing past his skin. It was a very dangerous situation indeed. The immortal mentality is indeed powerful. Within 5 blinks of an eye, the sword chi is almost impossible to destroy completely. There would always be some left to attack. Even Yi Chun himself was a bit surprised. Ever since he had learned the 70% sword intent, he had never fought with anyone with all of his power. He did not know exactly what the immortal mentality could do, but through this battle, he had learned how powerful the immortal mentality was. On the other hand, the Battle King's power had shocked him even more. That was a sword intent that had not disappeared for 500 years. How much immortal mentality was contained in it? From now on, you will not have another chance. Sikong Sheng's eyes were cold. His body kept flashing, as if he had teleported for a short distance, approaching Yi Chun. Yi Chun performed his separating shadow flying art to increase the distance between them. It was not yet the time for him to perform his lone peak kill. In fact, it was already unknown whether or not the lone peak kill would work. His opponent's half-step Shenyuan was not within his expectation, which had lowered the possibility of killing him with one attack. In everyone's sight, they could not even see a human figure on the vast battling platform. All they could see were piles of black smoke and human shadows flashing endlessly. The former was Yi Chen's separating shadow flying art. When pushed to its limit, the black shadow would be like smoke, leaving no trace behind. The latter was Sikong Sheng's teleportation art. Because of its extreme speed, it would only appear once in a while, making it hard to tell where it was. Lose. All of a sudden, Sikong Sheng flashed twice and appeared not far away from Yi Chun, throwing out a punch that seemed to be able to break through the surreal space. Danger! Yi Chen's body turned into black smoke, disappearing with the wind. Pooh! Having lost its target, the fist power did not stop. It blew through the ceiling light wall, creating a huge hole. No way! The ceiling light wall has been broken through. Before, the ceiling light wall had been broken by the chi tornado created by the two's attacks. It was just a small hole which was not that big. Right now, Sikong Sheng had thrown out a punch and broken through the ceiling light wall all by himself, which made everyone open their eyes wide. They knew that it meant that Sikong Sheng's full power attack could already break through an early astral reaching Realm Warrior's protective Jin Yuan layer. Chapter 286. Lone Peak Kill. Sikong Sheng threw out a punch, but there was a slight pause. Yi Chen seized the opportunity, turning his body and stabbing out with his sword. With the help of the 70% sword intent that contained the immortal mentality, the fatal poetic perspective spread out, covering Sikong Sheng within a 10 meters radius. Sikong Sheng knew that it was not going to be good. So he forced himself to break out of the poetic perspective and teleported dozens of meters away. Pooh! A beam of sword chi shot out, piercing through the ceiling light wall. All of the clasping Yuan, realm warriors, in the audience seating felt their mouths go dry. The two's attacking power was unbelievable. One had pierced through the ceiling light wall, while the other had pierced through it. If it were a clasping Yuan realm warrior, who would be able to handle it? Not to mention a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Even a normal early astral reaching realm warrior would not be able to handle it. Another indestructible sword chi. Sikong Sheng looked serious. If it were not for his half-step Shen Yuan and his powerful mental power, that sword attack would have wounded him badly. Both of them threw out one attack each, then continued to fight. Sikong Sheng used his teleportation step art to catch Yi Chen's trace from time to time, throwing out his most aggressive attacks. Meanwhile, Yi Chen used the super dodging ability of his separating shadow flying art to keep dodging all of those attacks. Once he found the chance, he would throw out a dangerous counterattack. Everyone in the audience could only hear the horrifying sound of attacks, as the ceiling light wall was pierced through again and again. Boom! This time, the ceiling light wall had been torn apart directly. The fist power and the sword chi had been combined together, attacking towards the young warriors on the other side of the abyss. It turned out that Yi Chen and Sikong Sheng did not want to give in to each other. During the battle, they had both made up their minds and threw out an attack. The head judge frowned as he extended his body, covering hundreds of meters in front of that horrifying chi flow. He reached out his hand to block it out. Although the combined chi flow of the two was extremely powerful, the head judge was a late astral reaching realm warrior. He could shatter the ground with just a wave of his hand, so this chi flow would not be a threat to him. The chi flow had disappeared as the head judge turned his head and said, "Back out a bit." Hearing him, the young warriors did not dare to try their best. They all backed out. The attacks from Yi Chen and Sikong Sheng alone could kill them, not to mention the combined chi flow. Undying, heaven-shattering clouds, gradually getting used to the maximum distance of Sikong Sheng's teleportation. Yi Chen intercepted him in advance. He then held his sword with only one hand, waving it out at an even faster speed. The thunder roared, attacking towards Sikong Sheng. Oh, unfortunately, my space teleport step can also teleport in midair. Before his feet had even touched the ground, Sikong Sheng's body flashed once, returning to where he was standing. Whoosh! The ceiling light wall was torn apart, and the thunder sword chi flew towards the audience seating. It was caught by a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. Once Sikong Sheng returned to where he was standing, he threw out an ace attack towards Yi Chen. Boom! On the other side, the ceiling light wall had also been broken through. As for Yi Chen, he had already activated his separating shadow flying art the moment he missed Sikong Sheng's attack. Sikong Sheng had already prepared for his next attack. Aiming at the direction where Yi Chen was going to dodge, he bent his back and formed a fist with his left hand, throwing out a punch on the platform. Fist shaking mountains and seas. That powerful fist power spread out, looking like waves in the ocean. It was also like countless steep mountains pressing towards Yi Chun, blocking his escape route. Yi Chun knew that there was no way out, so he held his star-scar sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. The ocean had turned violent, and the mountains had collapsed. Yi Chen's sword attack had directly destroyed the fist aura of the mysterious sky tyrant fist art. Naturally, it had also turned into tiny electric arcs and disappeared. Yi Chun, this fist attack was supposed to be my ace attack. I was not planning to use it in the competitions of the hidden dragon rank because no one is worthy enough for me to use it. It is still not too late for you to give up now. Otherwise, with this fist attack, you will either die or be badly wounded. Even I would not be able to control it. As one of the king warriors of the young generation, Si Kongsheng would always leave some ace attacks for himself, in case his power was seen through by others. However, Yi Chen's power was completely out of his expectation. If he did not use this ace attack, it would be hard for him to win this battle. Yi Chen looked surprised. He did not know that Si Kongsheng still had an ace attack, so he said, "You have left your ace attack, but so have I. Then let's use our ace attack to see who is better." Once he used it, it would be like telling them that it was him who killed Yuan Songhua. Plus, the minor blood demon separating great art was the blood demon's secret martial art. If he used it, he would not know what the consequences would be. Yi Chen did not like to do things that he could not control. Besides that, he did not plan to use that bit of Zhen Yuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art either. He believed that if he used it, it would be enough to beat Si Kongsheng, who had only trained half-step Zhen Yuan. However, the Zhen Yuan was his last ace attack, and also his most powerful one. The future was unpredictable, and if he used it, he would have less chance to save his life. Then, there was only the third ace attack left. They still have more ace attacks. All of the warriors who were watching the battle were completely numb. They felt that they had never seen such powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors in their entire lives. Since you do not know what is good for you, then don't blame me for not warning you. Si Kongsheng yelled. The aura around his body started to expand and spread out. His whole body did not seem to have changed much, but it gave people a feeling that he had grown infinitely tall, standing in the sky. Sky-breaking fist. This fist attack was the ace attack of the Sky Tyrant fist art, performed by Si Kongsheng, who had the aura of a giant. It shot out with an unstoppable momentum, shattering the surreal space. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Chen was ready to perform his ace attack. He held the sword with both of his hands and sank his mind into the sword intent. It was like an ancient well without any ripples. It was secretly accumulating a horrifying power, giving people a feeling of the calm before the storm or the darkness before the dawn. Waiting until Si Kongsheng's fist power had been thrown out, Yi Chen had finished accumulating his power. He threw out a sword attack. Kill heart. Boom. The fist power and the sword chi clashed together violently. The ceiling light wall on the four sides was shattered at the same time. It was shattered by brute force. A massive chi flow spreading out in all directions. Looking up, a shocking scene happened. Si Kongsheng's fist power had been punctured through by a sword attack, quickly dispersing. At the same time, Yi Chen's sword chi did not disappear completely. It heavily landed on Si Kongsheng's half-step protective Zhen Yuan along with a determined poetic perspective. His half-step protective Zhen Yuan was torn apart. Si Kongsheng puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown backward. Whew! Yi Chen breathed heavily. Throwing out that sword attack had consumed a lot of his mental power, and his condition had dropped a bit. However, he was very satisfied with its power. He had performed this kill heart sword attack before. It was when he was fighting against the Wind Wolf in the Gold Tripod City. Back then, he was trying to combine his lone peak kill and accidentally combined the one sword attack into it, killing the Wind Wolf with only one sword attack. Back then, he was only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior, and the two combined sword attacks did not have much power. His sword intent was only at 50%, which meant that his power was not even worth mentioning compared to his current power. However, the Wind Wolf could not even handle that sword attack and was killed right away, although it was not in its peak condition back then. Right now, Yi Chen's lone peak kill had reached completion, and he had 70% sword intent, which also contained the immortal mentality. Plus, his mysterious great art had been trained to its 11th highest realm, and his cultivation had reached the late clasping Yuan realm. The power of his kill heart had increased by more than 10 times. Beating Sikong Sheng was not a surprise at all. Luckily, the lone peak kill had reached completion, and the one sword attack itself did not have any flaws. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard to combine them together. I would only be able to do it occasionally. Chapter 287. Lifting up his head, Yi Chen looked at Sikong Sheng, who had been blown away. Sikong Sheng was in the air. His left hand opened into a claw, blocking out the dark blue kill heart sword chi. There was blood dripping down from his hand, which was caused by the sword chi going through his half-step Zhen Yuan. Letting out a breath, Sikong Sheng crushed the sword chi with one hand and landed on the ground. He had to back out for dozens of steps before he could stabilize his body. A surprised look appeared in his eyes as he said with a dry throat, "I did not expect you to still have a killing sword art attack." The kill heart sword attack not only contained a horrifying killing poetic perspective, but its destructive power and speed were also unimaginable. Just like its name, it could kill the heart with one sword attack. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Among the 3 ace attacks, the Zhen Yuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art was just a suppression of power, which was not really a technique. The minor blood demon body separating great art would affect the use of the one sword attack, while the one sword attack combined with the lone peak kill would be the kill heart sword attack. Therefore, in terms of attacking power, it might not be as powerful as the kill heart sword attack. Without any exaggeration, the kill heart sword attack was his most powerful sword attack, but it still could not beat Sikong Sheng right away. His opponent's basic power was way beyond his imagination. Of course, although Yi Chen's mental state had dropped a bit, his attacking power was still at least 90%. Sikong Sheng had blocked out that kill heart sword attack, and it would be great if he could still have 60 to 70% of his attacking power. Same to you. Yi Chen let out a breath slowly without changing his expression. Pooh! Sikong Sheng's condition was worse than Yi Chen had imagined. After saying that, he puked out another mouthful of blood. The kill heart sword chi did not seem to have broken through his defense, but the tiny sword chi on it had gotten into his body and clashed with his half-step Zhen Yuan, which had caused him quite a bit of damage. All the warriors watching the battle were shocked. The last battle was Yi Chen's victory. They had never imagined this result, since Sikong Sheng was so powerful and unstoppable, which had left a deep impression on them. But even such a powerful Sikong Sheng had been defeated by Yi Chen. The impact it brought was simply earth-shattering. This dark horse is really dark. He has been dark all the way to the end. Even Sikong Sheng has been killed. Someone in the audience seats said, "Look, the sect leaders of the rank 6 sects are all stunned." I guess even they themselves did not expect that the first place of the hidden dragon rank would be taken by an unknown rising star instead of a disciple from any of their martial institutions. The leader of the floating mountain martial school was a bit absent-minded. This was the first time since he had reached the Sea of Souls realm. Sikong Sheng losing to Yi Chen had shocked him way too much, so much so that he could not believe it even until now. He thought that he was hallucinating. Shaking his head, his expression turned gloomy. The champion of the hidden dragon rank was not just a simple fame, but also an unbelievable luck. It was something that the floating mountain martial school and Sikong Sheng could not live without. But right now, it had been snatched away by someone else. Damn it, where did this brat come from? His eyes landed on Yi Chen, and the ceiling light wall between the two suddenly changed, bringing up a series of ripples. It was the qi reaction brought by his eyes, which had actually triggered the natural Yuan qi. The other leaders of the 5-rank 6 martial institutions were also shocked for a second, but soon a light smile appeared on their faces. Although their martial disciples did not get the champion, the floating mountain martial school did not either. In this case, it was a tie for them, which would benefit Yi Chen and his martial institution. With this kind of luck, they would definitely have a bright future. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School had not come back to their senses yet, as if they were still in a dream. They had never expected to be the champion of the hidden dragon rank, not even to think about it. It was not because they did not dare to, but because they thought it was impossible. The top 6 rank 6 martial institutions were extremely powerful, and they had a lot of great martial arts. The young generation that they had trained with all their power would not be something that others could compare with. In the past 8 out of 10 hidden dragon rank competitions, the top 10 would always be occupied by disciples from rank 6 martial institutions. Occasionally, there would only be 1 or 2 disciples from rank 7 martial institutions. Since the ancient times, there had never been a rank 9 martial institution that had made it into the top 10 of the hidden dragon rank, not to mention the champion. Leader, this is not the potential that our Sky Cloud Martial School should have. It is Yi Chen, the headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School, said suddenly. Luo Xinglia said, "What do you mean?" Since the ancient times when life and death realm warriors were growing up, they would all show extraordinary potential. They could easily break the rules and create miracles. Not to mention the ancient times, even within the past 1,000 years, all of the life and death realm warriors had been pushing their way into the life and death realm. Among them, the Battle King, Su King, and Xianhou had shown the most amazing potential. They were even more powerful than Yi Chen right now, and they had also made the biggest achievements. Of course, Yi Chen was born with a defect, and he had just started to rise up. It would be hard to tell how much he would be able to achieve in the future, but he undoubtedly has the potential to reach the life and death realm. Hearing him, Luo Xinglia nodded. The headmaster was right. The Sky Cloud Martial School would not have this kind of potential. The problem was most likely with Yi Chen. When a person's potential was beyond the martial institution, then he would have the possibility to reach the life and death realm. This had all been shown by Yi Chen. It seems like he had a feeling that he would not be able to achieve anything great if he stayed in the martial institution. That is why he went out to train. The martial institution was like a chain that would restrict the growth of the young generation of life and death realm warriors. This chain would get heavier and heavier as one's cultivation increased. One would have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how great one's potential was, it would all be wasted away, and one would become a normal martial genius. The path to become a life and death realm warrior has to be walked by himself. Let's let him go. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School sighed. His qi and blood, which had been worn away by time, started to boil again. What could be more exciting than watching someone become a life and death realm warrior? Nothing. While the atmosphere in the Sky Cloud Martial School was heated, the people in the Rudra Martial School suddenly became silent. Long Bai let out a long breath. I have to admit that I was wrong. This is not a flood dragon, but a real dragon that has been hiding in the deep abyss. Once the thunder roars, the hidden dragon will come out of the abyss. His power is comparable to the top martial geniuses of the true spirit continent. According to the old leader, the purpose of the hidden dragon rank is to find the real dragon hiding in the abyss. If the real dragon does not show up, the luck of the South River region will be low. It seems like there has not been a life and death realm warrior in the South River region for 500 years. Hearing her, the headmaster of the Rudra Martial School said, Long Bai sighed, "It is not that easy for a life and death realm warrior to be born. Every time one of them appears, it would consume a huge amount of luck. Luck is very mysterious, and no one knows how to make up for it. After such a long time, the luck of the South Rudra region has basically been worn out. Only the hidden dragon ancient place is left, and no one can shake it." The leader of the Nine Ghost cult came to the hidden dragon ancient place because he wanted to absorb the luck of the hidden dragon ancient place to make up for himself and reach the limit of the life and death realm. If he succeeded, there would never be a life and death realm warrior in the South River region, and it would become an unbreakable forbidden place. The words King Forbidden Place seemed to have an endless magical power. The headmaster of the Rudra Martial School stopped talking. Sikong Sheng, who was known as the king warrior of the young generation in the South River region and had the highest chance of becoming a life and death realm warrior, had lost. Everyone was shocked, wondering if it meant that Yi Chen was the one who had the highest chance of becoming a life and death realm warrior, and not Sikong Sheng, because for people who had the potential to become a life and death realm warrior, every time they failed, their luck would be taken away. Even with the help of the Dragon Fountain Chi, the lost luck would still be valuable. Countless people in the true spirit continent had died at the peak of the Sea of Souls realm because of that little bit of luck. There was a rumor in the true spirit continent that a person who had walked through mountains of corpses and oceans of blood without losing once would have the chance to become a life and death realm warrior, even if he did not have the potential to become a life and death realm warrior. However, if a person had endless potential but failed too many times, his luck and potential would be taken away as well. In everyone's eyes, Sikong Sheng had lost way too badly this time. Normally, even 10 times of losing would not be as bad as this. If Sikong Sheng managed to get into the first place of the hidden dragon rank without any suspense, then the rest of his life would be completely different. At least, he would be able to walk a lot less. The leader of the floating mountain martial school sneered. Sikong Sheng had the help of the Dragon Fountain Chi, added with his king bloodline, so his luck and potential would not be taken away. If he could beat Yi Chen again in the future, it would not be impossible for him to take back his luck. "Sheng, don't disappoint me." Awoo. Just when all the warriors who were watching the battle were shocked, the battling platform changed again. The 28 meters long dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body jumped towards Sikong Sheng. After devouring a huge amount of Dragon Fountain Chi, it continued to grow. 29 meters, 29 meters, 90 meters. Once it reached 90 meters, the dragon-shaped shadow stopped expanding. The scales and claws on its body started to become clearer and clearer, looking majestic and powerful. It was like looking at a real dragon in the clouds. The dragon-shaped shadow opened its eyes. Wherever it looked, there would be nothing but silence. Even the 6 Sea of Souls realm warriors did not dare to challenge its majesty, so they tried to avoid looking at it. They were not afraid of the dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body. What they were afraid of was the hidden dragon ancient city that was connected with the dragon-shaped shadow. They had no doubt that once they had bad intentions, it would bring unimaginable bad luck to themselves and their martial institutions. The lesson they had learned in the past was still fresh in their minds. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. The martial arts platform above the abyss suddenly trembled. The light screen of the ceiling platform flickered in and out. It was extremely unstable. In the next second, a huge amount of dragon-shaped chi flow gathered in the abyss, forming into a huge dragon chi that was unfathomably long. The dragon chi roared into the sky, the sound wave blowing away the rain and the dark clouds. Finally, a red sun could be seen, shining down on the whole hidden dragon ancient city. After everything was done, the huge head of the dragon chi broke through the ceiling light wall and landed on the edge of the battling platform. It opened its mouth, looking immeasurably deep. Yi Chun and Si Kong Sheng had always been calm and steady, but seeing the dragon chi right in front of them, their hearts started to beat uncontrollably. In their sight, the dragon chi's head was almost half the size of the battling platform. It was 50 meters wide and 200 meters long. Its whiskers were waving in the wind. Wherever it went, the space started to blur. Inside the dragon's mouth, a swirl was forming at a visible speed. It was like a black hole, absorbing the mysterious power from the surreal space. This is the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. The Hidden Dragon Secret Realm that has not appeared for thousands of years. Some of the knowledgeable people let out a scream, which spread out everywhere. According to the rumors, when a young generation's dragon-shaped shadow reached 90 meters, it would sense the hidden dragon ancient city and open the extremely mysterious Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. Only the young generation with the Dragon Fountain Chi could enter the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. Chapter 288. The Hidden Dragon Secret Realm is the biggest martial arts sacred place in the whole South Rudra region. However, it has never appeared before. I did not expect to see it today. Yeah, if I have guessed it right, that lively dragon chi should be the only entrance to the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. Once it disappears, no one will be able to enter. I am so jealous. The young generation is already extremely powerful. If they come out of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, their power would definitely increase drastically, especially Yi Chun and Si Kong Sheng. Their attacking power is already equivalent to warriors who have just reached the astral reaching realm. If they increase drastically, they might even be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors. Although the first two had broken the ceiling light wall, it was dead, while the early astral reaching realm warriors were alive. It would not be easy to hit them. Plus, after reaching the astral reaching realm, all of their Zhen Qi would be converted into Zhen Yuan. Under the burning Zhen Yuan mode, their power would increase drastically. With the two's attacking power right now, they could only compete with early astral reaching realm warriors under normal conditions. If they ran into early astral reaching realm warriors who were risking their lives, it would be very likely for them to die. They would not even be able to compete with Xianhou, who could kill 2 or 3 early astral reaching realm warriors at the same time. Of course, Xianhou was the #1 martial genius in the past 1,000 years, so it was understandable that she was so powerful. But if the two could also reach this level at the clasping Yuan realm, then it would be really shocking. All of a sudden, people started to have different opinions. A lot of the warriors who were watching the battle looked envious, including the astral-reaching realm warriors. The martial art sacred place was not a normal place. Once one entered, he or she would be able to make great progress in martial arts. As for how much progress one could make, it would depend on one's comprehensive ability and power. The entrance of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm will be open for 6 hours. Hurry up and heal your wounds. Go in with your best condition. All of the leaders called back their disciples who had entered the Hidden Dragon rank, their voices sounding urgent. Soon, all of the young warriors on the Hidden Dragon rank had disappeared, leaving only dozens of them. Yi Chen did not leave the battling platform. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed, taking out a soul-replenishing pellet from his storage ring. As for Sikong Sheng, he had been wounded quite badly, so he had already left the battling platform. Under the lead of the leader of the floating mountain martial school, he had entered the secret room to heal his wounds. This is a rare opportunity. I will also prepare. Tuol Baku flew onto the battling platform and sat down in front of Yi Chun. He took out a huge pile of spirit medicines from his storage ring and randomly picked a few of them and put them into his mouth. Yi Chun glanced at them slightly and could not help but feel speechless. These spirit medicines were not normal, and some of them were extremely valuable, which would be hard to find in big auctions. This Tuol Baku was not simple at all. A fragrant wind lingered in the air as Su Jing also arrived on the stage. She was strong, and her recovery ability was also strong. She would only get stronger as the battle progressed, so she didn't need to deliberately heal herself. They really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the hidden dragon secret realm would have nothing to do with them. Of course, there's also me. The replenishing spirit pellet was working. Yi Chun smiled and said, "This time there will be someone who has a 30-meter-long dragon shadow. Therefore, the appearance of the hidden dragon secret realm is destined." Tuol Baku interrupted, "That is not necessarily true. 30-meter-long dragon shadow is not just about having enough dragon fountain chi. It also has something to do with the user. If you did not get the first place, then maybe the dragon shadow would not even appear and would be stuck at 89 meters. It was Yi Chen's first time hearing about this. Time passed like water. More and more hidden dragon rank warriors appeared on the battling platform. Everyone kept their mouths shut and waited quietly. After 4.5 hours, all 72 people had arrived. The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School's voice was heard. "This time, you will have to go through all kinds of tests. Those who do not pass the tests will be automatically teleported out of the hidden dragon secret realm. There are only 7 days left before the hidden dragon secret realm closes. In other words, after 7 days, everyone will be teleported out. Hurry up and work hard." Just as he finished talking, the leader of the Sky Demon Martial School said to Yi Chen, "You are the key to opening the hidden dragon secret realm. You will be the first one to go in. The rest of you will be the same." Hearing him, Yi Chen did not hesitate as he stepped into the swirl in the dragon chi mouth. Whew! The swirl shook slightly, and Yi Chen disappeared. Then Sikong Sheng, Yan Chihua, Murong Qingcheng, Tuol Baku, and the rest entered one by one. The rest of them did not want to be left behind, so they extended their bodies and followed closely. Once everyone had disappeared into the swirl, the massive dragon chi had lifted up, circled around the battling platform twice, and then shrunk back into the pitch-black abyss. No one could see it anymore. Who? The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School sat down and exchanged a look with the leaders of the other rank 6 martial institutions. It was the first time for them to see the hidden dragon secret realm appear. As for what kind of benefits the young generation would get, no one could tell for sure. But they believed that their disciples would not lose to the others, and they would definitely get the biggest benefits, which would help them build a solid foundation for the future. On the audience seating, no one left. They were prepared to sit there for 7 days and see what would happen. Once they reached the clasping Yuan realm, it was normal for them to close up for 1 or 2 months. 7 days was a very short time. Above the surreal space, 2 space cracks were faintly visible. Dragon King, this is also the first time for us to see the hidden dragon secret realm appear, right? A light female voice came from the space crack on the left. The hidden dragon secret realm has appeared, which means that the luck of the South River region is on the rise. We did not waste our effort to chase the 9 underworld demon king for half of the continent and wound him badly. He would not be able to recover within 100 years. The voice was very old, but the power contained in the voice had even made the surreal space shake a little. His tone changed as he said, "Speaking of which, you are quite powerful. You had only reached the life and death realm not long ago, but your power was already at the same level as the older life and death realm warriors. I, the Dragon King, am not even close." "Dragon King, you do not have to be so humble. You are one of the oldest life and death realm warriors. The fact that the 9 Underworld Demon King had been defeated is enough to show your power." The owner of the old voice forced a laugh. "Let's not talk about these meaningless things. Plus, we should not stay here for too long. The Hidden Dragon Ancient Place is something that even titled emperors would be afraid of. The good thing is that we have some connection with the South Rudra region. Otherwise, we would not even come here. Yeah, when I was able to reach the life and death realm, I had more or less gotten some of the luck from the South Rudra region. Killing the 9 Underworld Demon King was only part of it. The hidden dragon rank competitions have already ended. There is no point in staying here any longer." Within a blink of an eye, the space crack disappeared. Even the leader of the rank 6 martial institutions could not sense their existence, as if they had never appeared in this world before. This was a vast world, boundless and limitless. The young generation all appeared on top of a low mountain. The mountain was connected to the ground by a flight of stairs, which was dozens of miles long. So this is the Hidden Dragon's secret realm? It does not feel different at all. Some of the young generation were confused. If the Hidden Dragon's secret realm could let you see something different, then it would not be called the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. I will go first. 7 days was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Some of the people were impatient, so they started to walk down the mountain, hoping that they would be able to find something in 7 days. Dozens of miles were covered within a blink of an eye. The people in the front had just reached the foot of the mountain when something strange happened. The ground started to crack, and the fire shot up into the sky. The burning lava was like waves of water rushing towards the crowd. What is going on? Everyone was shocked, and they all backed out. Yan Qihua's eyes brightened. He had seen the existence of a poetic perspective in this scene. He did not back out, but rushed towards the lava. Flame cut, fire dragon cut, earth crack cut, gold flame cut. With the long blade in his hand, Yan Qihua performed everything he had learned, fighting against the lava. Gradually, Yi Chen could see the difference. Yan Qihua's fire poetic perspective was growing at a fast speed. Towards the end, his blade art was getting more and more aggressive, and the blade light was getting more and more powerful. It seemed to have become one with the boiling lava and the cracked ground. Every time he waved his blade, it gave people a feeling that the ground was cracking and the lava was crazily rushing out. The lava disappeared. Yan Qihua stood still for a while, then laughed towards the sky. "Good, very good. My fire poetic perspective has not only doubled, but I have also learned the earth poetic perspective." Turning around, he yelled at Yi Chen, "Your cloud poetic perspective is suppressing my cloud poetic perspective. But now, I have the earth poetic perspective. Combined with the fire poetic perspective, you are definitely not my opponent." The young warriors were shocked. They did not expect that Yan Qihua would have such a great achievement right from the beginning. Right now, he even dared to challenge Yi Chen. But judging from the looks of it, Yan Qihua's blade art had indeed become much more powerful. His third place in the Hidden Dragon rank was unshakable, and there was a clear dividing line between him and the fourth. The lava came fast, and left fast as well. Soon, it had disappeared without a trace, and the cracked ground had healed up without a trace. Flying was not allowed in the Hidden Dragon secret realm, so everyone had to walk. Who? The wind started to pick up. Small snowflakes flew across the sky, covering the whole place. The next second, huge snowflakes started to fall, accompanied by the wild wind. It was obviously an extremely horrifying blizzard. Lynch, who had been silent the whole time, took out his air-shattering blade and rushed towards the blizzard. The shining blade light spread out in all directions. Lynch's blade aura was getting faster and faster, and the poetic perspective of his blade art went from weak to strong. When he waved out his blade, the blade was no longer a blade anymore, but a wild wind, a blizzard giving people the illusion that it was unstoppable. Right then, Lynch's attacking power had increased by a small level. If the hidden dragon rank competition was held again, he would definitely be able to make a big step forward and surpass the few people who were ranked in front of him. Right after that, the surrounding area started to flood again. There were swirls everywhere in the water, and the undercurrent was surging. All of the young warriors who had learned the water poetic perspective had learned from what had happened before, so they did not panic too much. They all picked up their weapons and fought against the tide, hoping that they could make it to the next level. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. All of the people who could not fight against the tide had been sent out of the hidden dragon secret realm one by one. Only then did everyone realize that the hidden dragon secret realm was not only a holy place for training, but also a place to test them. Those who were not talented in martial arts would be eliminated one by one, and only those who could fight against the tide would be able to get the benefits. With this lesson, a lot of people started to hesitate. They did not know if they should challenge the hidden dragon secret realm or not. What if they were sent out? The top-ranked young warriors sneered. If they did not become more powerful now, there would be no chance for them to challenge the hidden dragon secret realm in the future. But one thing was for sure, the hidden dragon secret realm would only get harder and harder. If they did not prepare well in the beginning, they would most likely fail. Chapter 289. There were all kinds of strange scenes in the hidden dragon secret realm. Some were catastrophic, some were picturesque, some were calm, some were moving, and some were never seen or heard before. For example, the dark mentality of Murong Qingqing's martial art, where the power field was everywhere, and the universe was reversed. Once one entered it, one would not be able to tell north from south at all. Only Murong Qingqing would be able to benefit from it. Yi Chen had not gained nothing either. In the scene where movement and stillness were combined, his fast sword poetic perspective and slow sword poetic perspective had both improved, especially the slow sword poetic perspective, which had finally reached a higher level. In terms of battling, it was not that much weaker than the fast sword poetic perspective. Unfortunately, the poetic perspective in the hidden dragon secret realm was still not enough for him to learn more. Whoosh! With a strike of the sword light could not be seen, but the surging river water was severed. Stepping on the river, Yi Chen thrust out his sword again. This time, it was surprisingly slow. The thrust of the sword combined with the countercurrent of air, so slow that it made people want to vomit blood. With a swoosh, the majestic reef in the river was pierced through by the sword and slowly sank. Look, there's another staircase leading down here. At this time, a few of the younger generation who were walking in front said. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. In their sight, there was a long staircase leading to the next level. The entire hidden dragon secret realm was like a terraced field, with each level connected to the next. However, this terraced field had been magnified countless times. Without reaching the edge, it would be hard to notice. The next test should be even more difficult. Just the first level of the hidden realm had already eliminated more than 10 members of the younger generation. It was hard to imagine how many more would be eliminated in the second level. Who cares? We can't possibly waste our time on the first level. The young generation who could be ranked in the hidden dragon rank were all people with extremely strong minds. After being slightly surprised, none of them took it seriously. The scenery on both sides of the staircase was beautiful, and the airflow was gentle. Walking on it was like bathing in the spring breeze, and one's mood was exceptionally comfortable. As Yichen observed the surrounding scenery, he thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the hidden dragon mystery realm should be an illusory realm. It's an illusory realm that combines many artistic conceptions. Perhaps this illusion was recreated based on the real scene, making it hard for people to distinguish between reality and illusion. Thinking about that, Yichen was shocked. He wondered who had created the hidden dragon secret realm, which was both real and fake at the same time. The poetic perspectives contained in it were uncountable. At the end of the stairs, a young warrior was blown away by the wind. He was teleported out of the hidden dragon secret realm. This was the concept of wind. The concept of wind was even more terrifying than the first level. What followed was a sudden tide, drowning the three dumbfounded youngsters. The huge mountain that appeared in the water knocked away a few youngsters who were nearby. The speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. The intent realm has increased in speed. Yichen was deep in thought. Normally, a martial artist needed a suitable time to comprehend a state. When the suitable time was shortened, it would be a test of a person's perception and reaction speed. Kacha! When Yichen arrived at the second level, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds roiled, and lightning flashed as a terrifying gale swept down with an astonishing aura. Concept of cloud, concept of thunder, concept of wind. On the first floor, there had never been a scene where the three concepts were combined. Who would have thought that it would appear on the second floor? Among the younger generation, those who had comprehended one of the concepts had already taken out their weapons, fighting against the wild winds and thunder. As for the concept of cloud, it was no longer an attack. One had to comprehend it on their own. The difficulty was much higher than the concept of thunder and the concept of wind. Qin. His sword light flashed as Yichun threw out a sword attack, shattering the incoming thunder light. Sky-shattering clouds. Without activating his sword intent, Yichen used his pure sky-shattering clouds sword movement to face the crazy storm and thunder. Every single sword attack was deadly, and it was getting more and more intense. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard as 100-meter-long, half-meter-thick thunder light struck down. The thunder light was narrow and sharp, like a twisted great weapon. It was unstoppable. Some of the young warriors who had comprehended the concept of thunder were hit by the aftershock of the thunder light. They were all thrown into the surreal space and teleported out of the hidden dragon secret realm. Break. The poetic perspective of thunder and clouds evolved to its limit. Yi Chun threw out a sword attack to face the incoming attack. With a swoosh, Yi Chun was forced back for a couple of steps, and the thunder light disappeared. Such a dominating poetic perspective of thunder. Yi Chen's poetic perspective of thunder existed to support the poetic perspective of clouds. It was not pure, and it did not need to be pure. When it clashed with the real poetic perspective of thunder, he immediately felt that his own poetic perspective of thunder had been greatly suppressed, and it would shatter at the first touch. In the end, it was the poetic perspective of clouds that contained this poetic perspective of thunder, combining it with his own poetic perspective of thunder. Once the poetic perspective of thunder became stronger, the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds improved as well, becoming more complete. After absorbing the poetic perspective of thunder, Yi Chen raised his head, looking at the dark clouds. He thought to himself, I should learn a bit of the poetic perspective of clouds first. The essence of the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds is still the poetic perspective of clouds. The poetic perspective of clouds was vague and hard to learn. However, it was also the source of the power of the poetic perspective of thunder. If he did not solve the problem of the poetic perspective of clouds, it would be hard for the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds to improve. He waved out his sword attack, and the sword light was like thunder shooting into the dark clouds. Pap, pap, the dark clouds rolled up, and the thunder light shone in the cracks, looking like countless thunder snakes, swimming and playing. There was an indescribable murderous vibe in that nimble movement. While Yi Chen was learning the poetic perspective of clouds, the others were not idling around either. They all performed their best to fight against the poetic perspectives. The poetic perspectives that Sikong Sheng was fighting against were the poetic perspective of earth and wind. The poetic perspective of earth was contained in the mysterious sky tyrant fist art, while the sky-expelling palm art was the poetic perspective of wind. Yan Qihua was fighting against the poetic perspective of earth and fire. Li Daoxian was fighting against the poetic perspective of wind and the sharp and aggressive metal. Murong Qingcheng was fighting against the poetic perspective of darkness and chaos. As for Su Jing's poetic perspective, it was a bit weird. It was a series of different forms of power, vibrating, penetrating, lifting something heavy as if it were light, and lifting something light as if it were heavy. If one were to describe it in one word, it would be the poetic perspective of power. It was an extremely pure poetic perspective, and also a necessary one. Most of the poetic perspectives would contain the poetic perspective of power, but there was no need to learn it specifically because there was no way to learn it. Only Su Jing could separate the poetic perspective of power and form it into her own poetic perspective. The dark clouds above his head disappeared, and the thunder light faded away. Yi Chen let out a breath. His poetic perspective of clouds had finally reached the next level. Right now, he already had the poetic perspective of combining the 6 movements of the sky cloud sword art. The only thing he was missing was to combine the 6 movements into one, which would be the sky-shattering clouds. Looking around, Yi Chen realized that there were less than 40 people left. Adding the people who had been eliminated in the first level, there were more than 30 people left. Pap! The thunder-like sword light cracked the ground open. Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard, its sharp light completely gone. A few people nearby were secretly shocked. They had just been battling with Yi Chen, but the difference was that Yi Chen had been battling with the poetic perspective of clouds and thunder, while they had been battling with the poetic perspective of wind. During the battling process, they had finally witnessed the power of Yi Chen's sword arts from a close distance. The dark clouds in the sky had been shattered by him, and it was already quite difficult for them to fight against the wind together. Whoosh! On the other side, Yan Qihua had lifted up his blade and waved out a straight red flame light. Wherever the flame light reached, the ground cracked open. No one knew if it was intentional, but the red flame light was attacking towards Yi Chen's direction. The blade aura was aggressive and aggressive, as if it was about to devour someone. A poetic perspective of an erupting volcano was contained within it. The combination of the poetic perspective of earth and the poetic perspective of fire is not bad. Unfortunately, I am not standing still either. Yi Chen did not back out. He put his right hand on the hilt of his sword, slightly pulling out his star scar sword. He released the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds, attacking towards the flame along with the sharp sword chi. Swoosh! The flame light was extinguished, disappearing completely. The remaining power of the thunder sword chi had not disappeared yet. It had forced Yan Qihua to back out dozens of steps, which had taught him a decent lesson. Yan Qihua's expression froze. He thought that his poetic perspective of earth and fire had improved a lot, and he had been able to get through all the difficult parts without any obstacles. He was planning to compete with Yi Chen for the poetic perspective, but he did not expect that Yi Chun had made even more progress than him. Before his sword had even been completely pulled out of its scabbard, Yi Chun had already forced him to back out. The good thing was that it was just a pure poetic perspective competition. If he used all of his power, Yi Chen's 70% sword intent would probably kill him within a second. Li Daoxian shook his head. Within a short period of time, he did not want to compete with Yi Chen anymore. Although Yan Qihua was very powerful, he still had a long way to go before he could catch up with Yi Chen. After the small interlude, the rest of the people walked towards the third level of the secret realm. The third level of the secret realm did not have any sudden incidents. It seemed to be very quiet. However, the quieter it was, the more nervous the people were. The unknown was always scary. There was a tall mountain nearby, and a heavy wind was blowing on top of it, sharp like blades. A few of them wanted to go up and observe. However, none of them managed to do so, as they were all teleported out by the wind. After that, the others also knew that this level was for them to find their own poetic perspectives, so they went their separate ways. Yi Chun had only walked a few steps before he saw that the young warriors who were not even 40 years old had been reduced by a third again. Moreover, there were people being teleported out every second. Shaking his head, he walked towards a valley in the distance. There was a lake in the valley, with green lotuses growing on top of it. They varied in size, with the largest being almost 3 meters long and the smallest being as wide as a basin. The lake was calm without any ripples, reflecting the surrounding scenery. Yi Chen did not suspect anything, so he walked towards it. Shoo! The green lotus that was closest to the lake suddenly turned into sword chi and shot over. The sword chi was sharp and unstoppable, like an extremely powerful sword art. And the one who had performed the sword art was indeed the lake. Yi Chen activated his separating shadow flying art to avoid the sword chi. Before he could do anything, another couple of green lotuses turned into sword chi and shot out. Each attack was deadly, and the poetic perspective contained within was extremely horrifying. It was as if there was a peerless sword artist attacking towards him. Without a choice, Yi Chen took out his Star Scar sword and started to fight against the sword chi. The battle was intense, and it was extremely tiring. After blocking a couple of sword chi in a row, Yi Chen frowned. In his sight, a huge green lotus near the center of the lake was floating in the air. It suddenly turned into dozens of sword chi, which were in perfect order. The sword aura contained within them was unimaginable. Yi Chen, who was standing far away, immediately felt like he was being locked on. He had a feeling that no matter where he tried to hide, he would be hit. This is a sword movement. Yi Chen was surprised. Chapter 290. Without time to think, dozens of sword chi had already shot over, making a swishing sound. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen shook his wrist. The Star Scar sword exploded with a bright sword light, which disappeared into the air and attacked with an extremely high speed. Ding, 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 ding. Beams of sword chi were cut open. Yi Chen had a premonition, so he leaned his body and flashed out. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the last beam of sword chi draw a beautiful arc in the surreal space, cutting down where Yi Chen had been. With a swoosh sound, a sharp sword mark appeared on the ground. Such a sharp sword attack. Each attack is deadly. Yi Chen still had some lingering fear as he stared at the lake and the green lotuses in it with caution. This time, the lake had been brewing for a while. After 3 blinks of an eye, 3 green lotuses floated in the air. They did not turn into sword chi, attacking towards Yi Chen directly. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, these 3 green lotuses were even more horrifying than the sword chi. The edges of the lotus leaves had been rotating, tearing apart the water-like air. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He performed his ace attack, sky-shattering clouds. The sword Qi turned into thunderlight, attacking the green lotuses in the middle. Soon, thunderlight splashed out, blowing away the green lotuses on the left and right, cutting into the walls of the valley. After going through the first and second level of the secret realm, Yi Chen's thundercloud mentality had improved a lot, and its power was very obvious. Swoosh! The 3 green lotuses had been shattered, and 6 green lotuses flew out of the lake. They did not stop at all as they attacked toward Yi Chen. It was not over yet. After the 6 green lotuses flew out, another 9 green lotuses floated in the air and merged together, forming a green lotus with a lotus on it. A killing attack within a killing attack. Yi Chen gasped. That green lotus had not attacked yet, but the pressure it gave him was way more than the previous 6. What was even more frightening was that there was a sword intent hidden within the lotus, as if there was a peerless great sword inside. Once the sword was taken out of its scabbard, it would kill immediately. Rice had to be eaten 1 bite at a time. First, he had to break the first 6 green lotuses. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chun performed the sky-shattering clouds with all his strength. The strong sword aura caused the heaven and earth to change. Lightning flashed and crackled in the air. Kacha! The lightning transformed from the sword Qi roared out and surged into the 6 green lotuses. The exploding lightning arcs were like crescent-shaped sword Qi, riddling the green lotuses with holes. Xiao! The green lotus finally moved. With a flash, it instantly arrived 10 meters away from Yi Chun. The lotus spun, and streams of sword Qi that contained sword intent shot out like rain, enveloping the entire area where Yi Chun was, leaving him nowhere to hide. Quick sword. His silhouette blurred as Yi Chun unleashed his sword art to the extreme. There was no sword light, but there was sword light everywhere, fighting against that terrifying sword Qi. Qi. All of a sudden, a petal on the lotus petal fell off and slashed at Yi Chun. Break. Under the pressure, the 70% sword intent broke out of Yi Chen's body and merged with his sword aura, accurately hitting that sharp petal. The petal was way more powerful than the sword Qi. Fortunately, Yi Chen's sword intent contained the immortal mentality, which made the sword Qi extremely hard to destroy. However, in the next second, more petals flew over, leaving the lotus completely bare. Such a horrifying sword art. Yi Chen sighed as he formed a sword net in front of him. His left hand pointed at the lotus that had lost its lotus. It was the void-shattering finger art that he had not used for a long time. First, there was the sound of the sword net shattering. Then, a finger hole appeared on the green lotus, destroying its stem and stem. After the sword Qi disappeared, Yi Chun let out a breath. It had been quite some time since he had learned the void-shattering finger art. But this Heaven Realm finger art was too hard to understand, and it was not something that he could learn at all. Right now, he had only learned a little bit of it, and had not even touched the essence of it yet. No wonder Thunder Freer had said that Sea of Souls realm warriors would be more suitable to train Heaven Realm martial arts. In other words, it would be extremely hard for warriors below the Sea of Souls realm to learn Heaven Realm martial arts. Perhaps Heaven Realm martial arts were not just about poetic perspectives anymore. Once they reached beyond the poetic perspectives, then they would have the right to learn all of them. Of course, it was still early, so there was no need to rush. Looking at the lake, Yi Chun decided that if the attacks were too aggressive, he would perform his minor blood demon body, separating great art. He was also ready to use the Zhen Yuan in his Zhen Qi spiral, since he did not want to be teleported out of the hidden dragon's secret realm. Shoo! 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 A rain-like sound was heard as all of the green lotuses in the lake floated up, covering the sky above the valley completely. The ones on the outside were basin-sized green lotuses, and the ones in the middle were 2 to 3 meters in size. The ones in the middle were huge and horrifying lotuses. The sharp sword aura combined together, and the valley was about to collapse. It seems like I will have to use these 2 ace attacks for real. Seeing the changes of the green lotuses, Yichen looked even colder. The 70% sword intent that contained the immortal mentality exploded out completely, filling up the entire sky. Inside his body, a pile of blood light kept on vibrating, which was a sign that he was about to perform his minor blood demon body separating great art. Inside the Zhen Qi spiral, a thumb-sized powerful Jinyuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art was moving, showing signs of flowing into his meridians. With everything prepared, Yichen was not afraid anymore. Unexpectedly, the green lotuses did not attack. Instead, they continued to merge together, eventually forming a small, mountain-sized green lotus. There were 9 lotuses on top of the green lotus, each of which was even bigger than the living room of a rich family. There were even raindrops on the petals, which looked extremely realistic. After the huge green lotus was formed, it shrunk quickly. Then a manual broke out of the water and flew into the sky, devouring the green lotuses. It floated there quietly. Is this a manual? Yichen thought of something and reached out his hand, trying to grab it from a distance. Shoo! The manual broke through the air and landed in Yichen's hand. Lowering his head, Yichen took a closer look. On the cover of the manual, there were 4 clear words, Green Lotus Sword Spell. These 4 words were not as simple as words. Yichen had a feeling that he could learn a powerful sword art from these 4 words. I hope it is not a Sky Realm sword art. Although judging from the power of the green lotuses, the possibility of it being a Sky Realm sword art was very small, but it would be better to be safe than sorry. If it really was a Sky Realm sword art, then it would be really depressing. He could only see it, but not eat it. Sky Realm sword arts were not something he could learn. Turning to the first page, there was a line of words, Top Rank Earth Realm Sword Spell, Green Lotus Sword Spell. It contains the martial art Green Lotus Sword Spell and the sword art Green Lotus Sword Art. When the 2 are combined, it will be extremely powerful. Separately, it is still the top of the top rank Earth Realm Martial Art. Chapter 291. Sword artists treated the sword as their life weapon. If the martial art and the sword art could complement each other, and the rank was extremely high, then the warrior's battling power would increase drastically. Before, Yichen had trained the mysterious great art, which was a martial art with no element. It did not matter what kind of martial skill he used. However, every skill had its own specialization, and balance was weak. In comparison, the mysterious great art was not as good. But now, this Green Lotus Sword Spell was obviously a martial art for sword artists to train, so it would undoubtedly bring out the full power of a sword artist. Turning to the second page, it was written, The Green Lotus Sword Spell is divided into 15 levels. The first 6 levels are the basics, and the 7th level will allow you to train 3 green lotus sword chi inside your body. The sword chi will break through your body, and it will be invincible. The 10th level will allow you to train 6 green lotus sword chi inside your body. The 13th level will allow you to train 9 green lotus sword chi, and the 14th level will allow you to train 1 lotus heart sword chi. Generating sword chi inside his body, Yichen was shocked. As everyone knew, whatever martial art one trained, the chi that was released would be named after the martial art itself. For example, the 5 Mountain Godly Fist art would produce the 5 Mountain Fist power, the Sky Cloud Sword art would produce the Sky Cloud Sword chi, and the Green Lotus Sword art would produce the Green Lotus Sword chi. However, they all needed Zhen Qi to be used, so it could not be created out of thin air. However, the Green Lotus Sword spell was obviously beyond this category, as it could generate Green Lotus Sword Chi and Lotus Heart Sword Chi inside his body. In other words, once he trained it to the 7th level, he would not need to use a sword anymore. He could only use his fingers or other parts of his body to perform the Green Lotus Sword Chi. As for the power, it should not be low, since the Green Lotus Sword spell was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which was only slightly weaker than the Sky Realm martial arts. Continuing to read, Yichen learned that the Green Lotus Sword Chi from the Green Lotus Sword spell was not that powerful at the beginning, but after training, its attacking power would be even more powerful than his own attacking power. Plus, with every level up, the Green Lotus Sword Chi would have a qualitative improvement. It is indeed a martial art for sword artists. It pays a lot of attention to attacking power. Yichen sighed. He had the urge to train it right away, but he knew that it was not the right time yet. In the early stages of changing martial arts, the warrior's power would be extremely weak. He would have to wait until he was fully prepared. Halfway through the manual, the accompanying sword art for the Green Lotus Sword spell appeared on the page, the Green Lotus Sword art. The Green Lotus Sword art has 9 movements in total. The 1st to 3rd movements are the basic sword movements, the 4th to 6th movements are the ultimate sword movements, and the 7th to 9th movements are the ultimate sword movements. Those who train the Green Lotus Sword art will have a much more powerful sword chi attack. If you cannot train it, then give it up as soon as possible in case it taints your sword art. Reading the last sentence, Yi Chun smiled. The owner of the manual should be a very proud sword artist and would not allow anyone to taint the Green Lotus Sword art. But of course, it was a fact that top-rank Earth Realm martial arts were extremely hard to train. Bing Ling was ranked 9 in this year's Hidden Dragon rank, but she had only trained 1 movement of the Icebreak Fist art, and it was not even a complete one. Most of the people before her were like that. They had only perfected the killing movement a little bit. Although I have never trained a top-rank Earth Realm sword art, but I have combined the lone peak of 13 swords into 1 movement and the 5 movements of the Sky Cloud sword art into 1 movement. These are all my knowledge and potential. It should not be too difficult for me to train a top-rank Earth Realm sword art. It was true that Yi Chen's comprehensive ability was very high, but if he did not have the experience from before, he would not be able to train top-rank Earth Realm sword arts much faster than Xikong Sheng. And the rest. Everything had to go through a process from nothing to something, which was also the most difficult process. However, Yichen did not have to go through the process of nothing, and just started from the beginning to the end, which naturally lowered the difficulty. His Lone Peak Kill and Sky-Shattering Clouds were both top-rank Earth Realm. And judging solely on the attacking power, they would not be any weaker than the first movement of top-rank Earth Realm sword arts. The Kill Heart Attack was even more powerful than the second movement, which was a very high starting point. The poetic perspective here has not disappeared yet. Let me train the Green Lotus Sword art first. Learning the Green Lotus Sword art here would save him a lot of time. As for the Green Lotus Sword spell, he would have to put it aside for now. The basic sword movements in the beginning of the Green Lotus Sword art were called the Green Lotus 3 movements. These 3 movements were the foundation of the Green Lotus Sword art. Only with a solid foundation would one be able to learn the ace and killing movements. Without a solid foundation, the ace and killing movements would also have fatal flaws. Green Lotus 1 appearance. After studying it quietly for an hour, Yichen closed the manual and put his right hand on the sword hilt, pulling out his Star Scar sword all of a sudden. Shoo! A green lotus appeared in the air, turning into sword chi and shooting out. It cut a deep mark on the wall of the valley, extending all the way to the top of the valley. Such a sharp sword chi. Yichen was very surprised. Normally, the Green Lotus sword art contained the mentality of wood and the mentality of water, so it should be relatively gentle. However, although the green lotus sword chi was gentle, its sharpness did not decrease because of that. Instead, it had been increased to an extreme, giving it a feeling of being soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Green Lotus Chi Transformation. The second sword move was unleashed. The illusory green lotus flashed, transforming into a dozen or so streaks of sword chi of different shapes and sizes. They shot out with a whooshing sound, turning the walls of the valley into a hornet's nest. The last streak of sword chi even drew a stunning arc in the air, cutting through the rock walls that couldn't bear the heavy burden. Sword chi like lotus. The third move of the basic sword technique was executed, and the lotus-like sword chi swept across the lake, leaving behind a thin cut. In the end, it split the iron-containing boulder beside the lake into two, and the two pieces shot out to the sides. Just the basic sword movement alone is already much more powerful than the sky cloud sword art. Its power is almost the same as the sky-shattering clouds combined with the three movements of the sky cloud sword art. But the sky-shattering clouds still looks more spectacular, while the Green Lotus 3 movement seems more reserved. It should have something to do with the mentality. Although he had not completely mastered the Green Lotus sword art yet, Yichen already had a basic understanding of the power of the Green Lotus 3 movement. Once trained to the extreme, its power would be extraordinary. There was still a lot of time left, so Yichen continued to learn the Green Lotus 3 movement. When Yichen was learning the Green Lotus sword art, there were less than 20 people left in the Hidden Dragon secret realm. The rest of them had all been eliminated in the process of fighting against the mentality. Most of the people who stayed had gotten a martial art, but they were all relatively simple, unlike Yichen, who had gotten a martial art that contained both a martial art and a sword art. The seventh day, Yichen, who had been quietly standing next to the lake, slowly opened his eyes. An illusory sword chi shot out from his pupils, cutting through the air. Cut! The Star Scar sword was taken out of its scabbard. The sharp sword chi was dozens of meters long, cutting the small lake in half. The lake water could not merge back together for a long time. One sword to cut the water. Green Lotus 3 movement completed. Letting out a heavy breath, Yichen thought to himself, the Green Lotus 3 movement has been completed, and the mentality has been completed as well. Now, I can start to learn the ultimate sword movements. But I should leave the Hidden Dragon secret realm first. Looking at the sky of the Hidden Dragon secret realm, Yichen put away his Star Scar sword and walked out of the valley. On the beautiful third level of the Hidden Dragon secret realm, Yichen started walking. Boom! A huge mountain nearby was suddenly blown through, and a human figure flew out. It was Sikong Sheng. Sikong Sheng had noticed Yichen, who was not far away. His expression did not change as he said, "In half a year, you and I will fight again." Yichen said lightly, "I will wait for you." In the distance, there was a volcano eruption. Yan Qihua appeared one after another, followed by Li Daoxian, Morong Qingcheng, Tuo, Baku, Lin Yun, Mo Yen, Bingling, and Gu Yuyun. Soon, Su Jing, who was wearing white, walked over as well. "You have broken through." Yichen could see that the gold chi power inside Su Jing's body had increased a lot, reaching 90,000 pounds. It was already equivalent to the core disciple level of the vast expanse martial school. Yichen did not know how powerful the vast expanse martial school was. But since Su Jing could be ranked in the top of the Hidden Dragon rank, and was only at the core disciple level, it was not hard to tell. Su Jing nodded. She was different from the others. The others had basically made some progress in the poetic perspective, but their basic power was still the same. However, she had learned the power poetic perspective, and her body training art that had been stagnant for a long time had increased by 1 level and her battling power had doubled. The body training art had always been an extreme martial art, even more extreme than the sword artist's martial arts. The battling power that could be derived from it would be extremely shocking. Of course, it did not mean that the sword artists were not as powerful as the people who had trained the body training art. The most important thing for a sword artist was still the sword intent. Without the sword intent, a sword artist would only be a normal warrior and would not be that outstanding. Only with the sword intent would one be considered a powerful sword artist. In this true spirit continent, the sword artist had always been synonymous with attacking power. There is still half a day left. Should we go check out the 4th floor? Someone suggested. Yichen shook his head. I have been there before. The end of the stairs to the 4th floor is just a void. I do not know where it leads to. Then never mind. Everyone had gained a lot, so they did not plan to risk their lives. Time passed quickly, and the rest of the people disappeared from where they were standing. They had been teleported out of the hidden dragon's secret realm. In the deep abyss around the battling platform, a powerful dragon roar was heard. A huge dragon chi took 2 circles in the air, its head resting on the battling platform. It opened its mouth, and a swirl slowly formed. Woo! The first one to walk out was Yichun, and the rest of the people followed closely behind him. They are out. I wonder what each of us had gained. Even if we had gained something, we would not tell you. Anyway, we must have gained something. Over at the audience seating, everyone's eyes brightened as they started to discuss. The head judge let out a breath and said with a loud voice, "Everyone, we will now announce the ranking of the hidden dragon rank. Please be quiet." During these 7 days, the judges had not been idle. They had decided the ranking based on the number of points they had accumulated. Occasionally, some of the people who had the same number of points had already been challenged again. The good thing was that those who had the same number of points did not include the people who had stayed in the hidden dragon secret realm. Otherwise, they would have to fight a few more times. In the ranking of the hidden dragon rank, Lynch was ranked 54th, and Su Jing was ranked 19th. Adding Yichen, it was the first time in hundreds of years that 3 people had made it into the hidden dragon rank at the same time. The top 10 were Yichen, Si Gongsheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Morong Qingcheng, Tuo, Baku, Lin Yun, Mo Yen Bingling, and Gu Yuyun. The second disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Qian Yun, was ranked 11th, and the 12th was Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th in the last hidden dragon rank. After that, this year's hidden dragon rank competition had officially come to an end. Chapter 292. Congratulations, Leader Luo. Your Sky Cloud Martial School has gained a lot of fame this time. You have 2 disciples in the hidden dragon rank. You are so lucky. Once the competition was over, all of the top martial institutions in the Windy Nation came over to congratulate him. Some of them were kind, some were jealous, and some were evil. Luo Xinglia held his fists together and laughed. That is because they have worked hard, and the Sky Cloud Martial School has benefited from it. Don't worry, my Sky Cloud Martial School is not like some other martial institutions. We will never be a dictator. Yi Chun and Su Jing had not really grown up yet, and Luo Xinglia did not want to be a thorn in everyone's side. That would be very bad for the Sky Cloud Martial School's development. After all, the Sky Cloud Martial School was still not as powerful as the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy. Hearing him, all of the leaders' faces changed a little. Although in this true spirit continent, the strong ones were the most powerful ones, and promises were not always reliable. Since Luo Xinglia had said it in front of everyone, it must have some effect. They let out a breath of relief, but at the same time, they were a little jealous. Why did they not have such a powerful disciple in their martial institutions. The leader of the Rudra martial school, Longbai, walked over and said with a sweet smile, "Leader Luo, Longbai is here to congratulate you." Luo Xinglia saw her and said gratefully, "Leader Long, thank you for what happened in the scorching ancient desert. You saved us from a disaster." Long Bai's identity was special, and it was known to all of the martial institutions in the Windy Nation, aside from the fact that she had helped the Sky Cloud Martial School once. Luo Xinglia also wanted to build a good relationship with the Rudra Martial School. At least, he could not let them be enemies. After living in the Windy Nation for so many years, I have developed some feelings. How could I let the martial institutions in the country be bullied by others? Let's not talk about this. Where is Yi Chun? I have to take a good look this time. Long Bai had not met Yi Chun officially yet, so she was very curious. All right, I will tell him to come. Soon, Yi Chun, who was wearing blue robes, walked over. He held his fists together and said, "Leader Long, good day." Long Bai sized him up, nodded, and praised, "Yes, he has the aptitude of a top-notch swordsman. He has a lofty character, but no arrogance. He is indeed a piece of unpolished jade." Yi Chun was rather embarrassed. This was the first time that he had been complimented right in front of his face, and it was by a woman. Yi Chun was shocked. He could not see through her at all. Even with his powerful soul power, he could not see through her at all. What was even more horrifying was that she seemed to be able to see through his soul with only one glance. This was definitely not the power that a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm should have. It should be at least the astral reaching realm, or even higher. Yi Chun would never forget what had happened in the scorching ancient desert. At that time, the headmaster of the South Rudra Martial School took out a tablet with a green dragon carved on it, which was called the Little Green Dragon Tablet. Even with the power of a rank 7 martial school, the multiple mountain martial school had to give up, not daring to talk back. It was not hard to imagine that the owner of the Little Green Dragon Tablet must be someone with a powerful background and power. Now that he thought about it, Yi Chun was even more certain. But the future is too unpredictable, and you will have to rely on yourself. Right now, it is just the beginning for you. In the future, you will be involved in a lot of things, and with the slightest mistake, you will have to face the disaster of death. Remember, the top level of this true spirit continent is 100 times more dangerous than you can imagine. As for my identity, you don't need to guess anymore. You will know what you should know sooner or later. Yes. Yi Chun nodded. Oh, right. Did the Moon Pavilion contact you before? Long Bai suddenly asked. Yi Chun was a bit confused. It was a manager of the Moon Pavilion. Oh. Long Bai nodded and thought to herself, I thought that person had noticed him as well. But with his potential, he would be noticed sooner or later. It can't be helped. The good thing is that that person has even more martial geniuses than my great-grandfather, and there are many people with the potential of the true dragon. The two chatted for a while, and then Long Bai left. Right then, Luo Xinglia walked over. Yi Chun, the competition of the hidden dragon rank has already ended. Do you have any plans to go back to the Windy Nation? Leader, yes, this time I plan to go back and stay for a while. For business and personal reasons, Yi Chun had to go back for a while. The dragon fountain chi he had would only work after he entered the martial institution. Otherwise, it would only work on himself. Besides, he had to go back to his family. When he left, his mother was already pregnant with twins. Now that it had been more than a year, his little brother and sister should be a couple of months old by now. As the big brother, he had to go back and check on them. Plus, training the Green Lotus Sword spell in the early stage required him to shut himself up, and he would not be able to walk around. So, going back to the Windy Nation would be a good idea. Luo Xinglia smiled. That's good. When I get back, there is still one big thing that I need to discuss with you. By then, the great master will also come out. Big thing? Hee hee, we will talk about it later. Of course, don't worry, this thing will not affect you at all. Luo Xinglia kept him guessing. The competition of the hidden dragon rank had already ended for a long time. There were people who were greeting each other, trying to get to know each other, and even trying to figure out the bottom line. After it had quieted down, the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School started to stand up, preparing to leave the hidden dragon ancient city. Watching the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School leaving, the leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, revealed a cold smile as a strange light flashed in his eyes. The dragon-shaped silhouette would only appear on the battling platform. After leaving the battling platform, only the rich dragon fountain chi would be left. However, after leaving the hidden dragon ancient city, the dragon fountain chi would be hidden in the blood vessels and would be hard to observe with the naked eyes and spirit power. Leaving the hidden dragon ancient city, Yi Chen let out a breath. On the side, Luo Han laughed. A month ago, I went to Luo City for a mission. Your brother and sister are very cute. They look a bit like you. Oh, yeah? A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. It felt good to have a family. Even if he had to wander around in the outside world, he would not be a rootless duckweed. Let's go. The headmaster called the Wind Eagle back and yelled at the group. Let's go, Luo Han said. Yeah, Yi Chen nodded and followed the group onto the Wind Eagle. The Wind Eagle spread its wings and carried the group into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. 10 days later, the group had traveled nearly 200,000 miles away from the hidden dragon ancient city. On a Wind Eagle in the middle of the group, Yi Chen, Su Jing, Luo Han, and Zhu Mei were standing together, protected by the group of people. The fierce wind that could easily blow them away could no longer move their bodies. They were all standing on the Wind Eagle's back, as if they were rooted to the ground. Looking at the rolling clouds, Yi Chen suddenly sighed. The Jun Qi inside his body automatically started to move, and the sixth movement of the sky-shattering clouds had been successfully merged. The poetic perspective of thunder and clouds has reached a new level in the hidden dragon secret realm. I was planning to go back and merge some sword movements, but I didn't think that it would be so easy. Yi Chen was not too surprised. He had gained a lot from the hidden dragon secret realm, including the improvement of the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds. Compared to the poetic perspective, it was much easier to merge sword movements. With a short period of time, he would be able to merge the 6 movements of the sky cloud sword art. But now, he didn't have to spend that much time, and the merging had been done naturally. Let's go back and test its power. Something happened. Yi Chen frowned. He had sensed something with his soul power. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Luo Han looked over. Soon, Su Jing and Zhu Mei also looked at him. Yi Chen sneered. We are being watched. He did not lower his voice when he said this, so Luo Xinglia and the other core masters all realized what was going on. They all looked very serious. You are indeed the #1 warrior in the hidden dragon rank. You have found us so quickly. The first sky was torn apart. Thunder light shone brightly as a human figure flew down and blocked in front of the Wind Eagle. It was a middle-aged man with a black cloth covering his face. His whole body was covered with a bright, fiery light. He was obviously an astral-reaching realm warrior. Judging from his Zhun Yuan vibration, he should be at the peak level of early astral-reaching realm, which was the same as Thunder Freer. Luo Xinglia said with a dark face, Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? The middle-aged man laughed out loud. I have been paid to take care of their problems. Very simple. Take care of their problems? All the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School had a bad look on their faces. They had never thought that they would be tricked on their way back. Those people were probably not targeting them, but Yi Chun, who was ranked in the hidden dragon rank. After all, only Yi Chun was worth the attention of an astral-reaching realm warrior. Indeed, you can leave, but he will stay. The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Chun as if he had the whole situation under control. Yi Chun flew onto the Wind Eagle. Are you that confident that you can keep me here? The middle-aged man said with disdain. Although you and Sikong Sheng are powerful enough to fight against normal early astral-reaching realm warriors, astral-reaching realm warriors are way more powerful than you two. If I burn my Zhen Yuan, killing you would be as easy as flipping my palm. Plus, I am already at the peak level of early astral-reaching realm. I can kill you without burning my Zhen Yuan. Now, are you going to let me kill you, or do you want me to spend some effort to kill you? He did not take Yi Chun seriously at all. The so-called number one of the hidden dragon rank was only a weak sheep that could be killed at any time before he grew up. Well said, but your wish is going to come true. The surprising sky was torn apart again, and a human figure wrapped in thunder light flew down. His body flashed once, appearing right in front of Yi Chun. Luo Xinglia let out a breath. He said with respect, "Thunder Freer." It was indeed Thunder Freer. He was asked by Cloud Dreamer to come and protect the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Only Luo Xinglia and the headmaster knew about this. You guys step back. Thunder Freer glanced at Yi Chun with admiration, then said to Luo Xinglia and the others. The middle-aged man did not change his expression. No wonder you look so confident. It turns out that you have a peak-level, early astral-reaching realm warrior protecting you. Indeed, with my power, I would not be able to beat warriors with the same cultivation, not to mention killing you guys. Unfortunately, you will not be able to escape from this. After he finished talking, he turned his head and said to the sky, "Things are getting tricky. Come out now." "Ha ha, I thought you did not need me." The surprising sky was torn apart for the third time, and a masked man appeared. His Zhen Yuan vibration was only slightly weaker than the middle-aged man's, which meant that he was an early astral-reaching realm warrior. This time, Luo Xinglia and the headmaster had a really bad look on their faces. Thunder Freer frowned. He was confident that he could stall the two astral-reaching realm warriors for a long time, but in the situation of protecting everyone, any mistake would make everything go to waste. Inside his body, the blood light surged. Without hesitation, Yi Chun performed his minor blood demon body, separating great art. Meanwhile, he took out 2 500-years-old blood sunflowers from his storage ring. With a roll of his Zhen Qi, the medicinal power of the blood sunflowers was extracted out and condensed into a pellet, which he swallowed. Facing an early astral-reaching realm warrior, he could not hide his real ace anymore. Chapter 293. No time to waste. Kill. The masked man was afraid that something might happen in the middle of the battle. If another astral-reaching realm warrior showed up, then they would not be able to do anything, and they would not even be able to get the other half of the reward. Thunder Freer was furious. He opened his palm, forming a tiger claw. Mad Thunder Grab. Pap! Pap! There was a violent flash of lightning in the void, forming a huge tiger paw that completely enveloped the two masked men. "Go kill that brat! I will block him!" The masked man yelled as he tightened his right fist. A flame halo appeared on top of his fist as he threw out a punch towards the thunder tiger palm. Boom! The thunder and fire disappeared one after another. Thunder Freer and the masked man both backed out for dozens of meters. "Brat, die!" The other masked man seized the opportunity, and a 5-foot-long dark green iron stick appeared in his right hand. The iron stick was surrounded by beams of green light. He tightened his grip and smashed the iron stick towards Yi Chen's head. Before the stick even reached Yi Chen, the air had already started to collapse. In the eyes of the Sky Cloud Martial School people, this short stick was like a 1,000-foot-long tidal wave, which was extremely aggressive. Together, Luo Xinglia was planning to gather everyone to fight against the masked man, but he did not expect a huge change to happen to Yi Chen's body. Whoosh! A blood-red Jin Qi shot up into the sky, dyeing Yi Chen's hair and eyebrows red. Holding his Star Scar sword, Yi Chen did not back out at all. He threw out a sword attack with that blood-red thunderlight. His whole body looked like a bloody god of war. Dang! The iron stick and the Star Scar sword clashed together and exploded. It was like a real wave had pushed both of them back out. Pooh! The masked man could not believe what had just happened. He puked out a mouthful of smoking blood. How is this possible? Your battling power cannot be this powerful. Yi Chen looked cold. There are a lot of things that you do not know. I am not obligated to tell you all of them. Since you are here, then don't even think about leaving. Taking one step forward, Yi Chen's aura grew even more powerful. He lifted up his Star Scar sword with both of his hands and attacked down. The masked man's injuries were not light. Coupled with the fact that he was slightly absent-minded, he lost the best opportunity to dodge the attack. The result of forcibly raising his rod to block the attack was that he was forced to retreat dozens of meters again. Blood gushed out of his mouth, as if it was free of charge. He looked extremely embarrassed, which was the complete opposite of his previous arrogant demeanor. This is Yi Chen. Luo Xinglia acted like he did not know Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen was an early astral-reaching realm warrior, and he had been wounded after only one attack. He did not even have the power to fight back. Senior Brother Yi is so strong. Those core disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School, who had come to watch the competition, shouted out in shock. Of course, they were not the only ones who were shocked. Lu Han, Zhu Mei, and those elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were also shocked. It was as if they had just met Yi Chen for the first time. Although the power that Yi Chen had shown in the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank was equivalent to an early astral-reaching realm warrior in his normal condition, he could only fight against him. It was impossible for him to beat him, not to mention making him puke blood, with only one attack. It was obviously two different levels of battling power. In other words, in that last battle, Yi Chen still had some hidden power. Thinking up to this point, everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School secretly felt lucky. Luckily, Yi Chen was a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he was not their enemy. Otherwise, facing an enemy with endless hidden power and immeasurable battling power would be the most terrifying thing. Who knew whether or not he would attack at the critical moment? Yi Chen's movements were very simple. They were just like thunder and lightning, fast and violent, powerful and heavy. Every sword attack was accompanied by blood-colored lightning and endless clouds. He was like a god of war in the clouds, like a thunder god with thunder and lightning on his body. He had suppressed the masked man until he did not even have the slightest bit of temper left. Wah! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. The masked man was seriously injured, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. He roared in a hoarse voice, "Damn brat, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, turn you into ashes, and burn you for me." The dark green Zhen Yuan outside, the masked man's body rubbed against each other, bringing up sparks. The sparks were like sparks on a grassland, covering his whole body within a second and devouring him. The next second, a dark green flame appeared on his body, and his aura increased drastically. What? He has started to burn his Zhen Yuan already? The masked man and Thunder Freer were fighting at the same level, so he did not have the time to pay attention to the other side of the battle. He waited until the huge aura of burning Zhen Yuan spread out before he glanced over. What he saw made him open his mouth wide. In his sight, the masked man had been beaten by Yi Chen to the point where he kept puking out blood. He looked extremely embarrassed. If he did not burn his Zhen Yuan soon, he would be killed. I was too careless. This brat is 10 times more tricky than I thought. Bright Yi, well done. Kill Thunder Qianjun. Thunder Freer had also noticed what was happening on Yi Chen's side. He was shocked. Although Yi Chen's poetic perspective of thunder was not as good as his poetic perspective was obviously not just the poetic perspective of thunder, but the poetic perspective of thunderclouds. Therefore, judging from the overall poetic perspective, he was not weaker than Thunder Freer at all. The only difference was that he did not have any Zhen Yuan. Thinking about what he had said before, that even if Yi Chen's sword intent reached completion, he would only be able to compete with early astral-reaching realm warriors. He could not help but force a smile. Yi Chen did not need to rely on the completion of his sword intent. He could already compete with early astral-reaching realm warriors with his powerful sword movements and poetic perspectives, and even wound them. What would happen if his sword intent reached completion? How powerful would it be? Thunder Freer did not dare to think about it anymore, as he was afraid that he would be depressed if he continued to think about it. There was no time to lose. Taking advantage of the masked man's dazed state, Thunder Freer opened his right hand. Countless arm-thick thunder light shot out towards the masked man at a speed that was a couple of times faster than the speed of sound. Pop, pop, pop. His protective Zhen Yuan was shaken up, and the masked man was blown away. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He made up his mind and shook his body. The flame on his body was extremely bright, making him look like a human-shaped torch. Only you know how to burn Zhen Yuan, but so do I. Thunder Freer gave up on chasing after the masked man. Electric sparks flashed on his long hair, and in the next second, the blue flame and the lightning shot up into the sky. Both his aura and Zhen Yuan vibration had been doubled. 2 peak-level early astral-reaching realm warriors had burned their Zhen Yuan one after another. The clouds started to gather, and even the protective screen of the surprising sky started to become unstable. On the other side, Yi Chen did not care about his opponent's Zhen Yuan burning state. He held his sword with both of his hands and put it on his waist. His body leaned forward, and he shot out at a speed that was a couple of times faster than the speed of sound. His blood-colored Zhen Qi dragged out a blood-red Qi flow behind him. Even the corner of his eyes had left 2 blood-colored traces in the air. Amazing, evil, aggressive. Right then, that was the feeling that Yi Chen had brought to the crowd. Zhu Mei and Su Jing, who had a good impression of Yi Chen, could feel their hearts beating out of their control. A strange feeling rose in their hearts. Not only them, even a few of the core female masters blushed. They thought to themselves, if they were 20 years younger, they would most likely be attracted to him. Piss off. Burning his Zhen Yuan had made the masked man even more wounded. Blood appeared on his face. He did not dare to waste any more time, so he held his black iron stick and threw it out with his most explosive power. Clang! The waves were stirred up, and the clouds and thunder roared. A huge shockwave spread out quickly, sweeping out in all directions and clearing out a huge cloud layer. Dragging his Starscar sword, Yi Chen was not injured at all. On the other hand, the masked man's face was covered in blood. It looked like countless blood-red snakes slithering down his body, looking like a ghost. He yelled unwillingly, "This is unreasonable. I have already burned my Zhen Yuan, and my attacking power has doubled. How could I still lose to you?" Calming down his boiling qi and blood, Yi Chen took out another two 500-years-old blood sunflowers, sucking out their medicinal power and swallowing it. He thought to himself, battling with Sikong Sheng, my attacking power was already equivalent to a normal early astral reaching realm warrior. Now that I have performed the minor blood demon body separating great art, my attacking power has increased by at least 50%. Plus, I have successfully combined the sixth movement of the Sky Cloud Sword Art. It should not be a problem for me to fight against an astral-reaching realm warrior who has burned his Zhen Yuan. As for being able to beat the masked man, it was because he had been wounded by me before. Brother, Yi is freakishly powerful. A few of the core disciples mumbled to themselves. Luo Xinglia's tightened body and mind had finally relaxed. A smile appeared on his face. With Yi Chen here, they would not need to cause any more trouble. Immortal sky shattering clouds. Without changing his movement, Yi Chen's aura had expanded to its peak. His body flashed once, appearing above the masked man within a second. His star-scar sword, which had been dyed red by the blood lightning, had been thrown down heavily. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere, as the masked man's internal organs had been messed up. It was no longer a matter of being badly wounded. If it was not treated in time, he might be disabled for the rest of his life and would never be able to become a warrior again. With that thought in mind, he did not care about the dignity of an astral-reaching realm warrior anymore. He turned around and ran away at his fastest speed. Compared to his life, the dignity of an astral-reaching realm warrior was not worth anything at all. He is running away. Zhu Mei opened her red little mouth. Kill Heart. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain was not Yi Chen's style. Right then, when he was performing the minor blood demon body, separating great art, it would disturb his mental stability. The reason why he was able to maintain this kind of stability was because of his powerful soul power. But no matter how powerful his soul power was, it would only be enough for him to maintain it. Performing the Kill Heart sword attack would definitely affect its power. But of course, as long as he could perform 80% of its power, it would be enough. He threw out a sword attack, the sword chi looking like a pillar. Swoosh! The masked man's burning protective Zhen Yuan had been punctured through, and an arm-sized bloody hole appeared on his chest. After a scream, he fell down from the sky, completely dead. The masked man was shocked, Thunderfreer was shocked, Luo Xinglia was shocked, and everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School was shocked. It seemed like even the Wind Vulture was shocked. Its eyeballs stopped moving. Fighting against an early astral-reaching realm warrior and killing an early astral-reaching realm warrior were two completely different concepts. They could not be compared at all. They thought that no one in the South River region would be able to do it for a long time, but Yi Chen had done it. He had done something that no one in the South River region had managed to do in the past hundreds of years. He had killed an early astral-reaching realm warrior who was burning his Zhen Yuan with only a late clasping Yuan realm warrior. Once this got out, it would create a tsunami-like storm in the whole South River region. His name would also be recorded in the history of the whole region. Chapter 294. Performing the minor blood demon body, separating great art, did not feel good at all. All of his chi and blood seemed to be burning, bringing waves of needle-like pain. This kind of pain was getting worse as time went on. Even with Yi Chen's powerful endurance, cold sweat still dripped down from his forehead. Kill! Yi Chen turned his body, and a blood-colored arc flashed through the air. All of a sudden, Yi Chen appeared above the middle-aged man, throwing out a sword attack. You are looking for death. The middle-aged man recovered from his shock. A sharp, killing intent shot out from his eyes as he threw out a fist attack with a burning flame halo towards Yi Chen. Boom! A huge part of the cloud layer had been evaporated. Looking down from the cloud layer, there seemed to be a huge hole in the sky. The edge of the hole was filled with fire and thunder. The terrifying impact sent Yi Chen flying backward. He glided in the air for hundreds of meters before he managed to stop himself. His feet stepped on the misty cloud, and a pale look flashed across his face. A peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior was extremely powerful. Even with the combination of Yi Chen's minor blood demon body separating great art and his sky-shattering clouds with his 70% sword intent, he would still be at a disadvantage. Plus, the middle-aged man was different from the other masked man who had already died. He had basically not been wounded before. Once he started to burn his Zhen Yuan, his battling power would be doubled. All right, you and I will take care of him together. Thunder Freer did not plan to keep the middle-aged man alive because he knew that he would not be able to do it with his own power. Wounding him was already his limit, but now that Yi Chen had taken out the other masked man, if the two of them worked together, they would have a great chance of winning. In your dreams, taste my three-colored fire fist. The middle-aged man roared as all of his clothes started to dance in the air without any wind, under the burning Zhen Yuan mode. The edges of his clothes were covered in flames. It looked like he was wearing pieces of dancing flames, looking extremely powerful. On his right fist, a golden flame appeared, burning the air. Three-colored fire fist. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Before, he had felt that he did not have enough battling techniques, so he went to the trading palace of the martial city to look for a replacement fist art. Among the two fist art manuals that he had his eyes on, one of them was indeed the three-colored fire fist, while the other one was the five-mountain godly fist. The three-colored fire fist was sold for 170,000 low-rank soul stones in the trading palace. There were 3 movements in total. The fist power of the first movement would be red, the second would be purple, and the third would be gold. Obviously, the masked man had already trained the three-colored fire fist to the highest level, although the three-colored fire fist art was a mid-rank Earth Realm fist art, and its rank was not that high, but in the South Rudra region, normal astral-reaching realm warriors rarely had martial arts above mid-rank Earth Realm. A high-rank Earth Realm martial art was priceless, and only the astral-reaching realm warriors from rank 6 martial institutions and rank 7 martial institutions had the money to buy it. Plus, even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy it since there were so many astral-reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region, and martial arts above mid-rank Earth Realm were extremely rare. In this situation, it would be impossible for every astral-reaching realm warrior to have a martial art above mid-rank Earth Realm. But of course, mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts were 2 different concepts in the hands of Clasping Yuan realm warriors and astral-reaching realm warriors. Clasping Yuan realm warriors used Jin Qi to perform their martial arts, while astral-reaching realm warriors used Jin Yuan. This alone was like a huge gap that could not be crossed. Plus, because of the high cultivation of astral-reaching realm warriors, they would be able to perform their martial arts to the extreme, and their martial poetic perspective would be a whole level higher than that of Clasping Yuan realm warriors. In the hidden dragon rank competitions, Yi Chen's sword poetic perspective was just like that of an astral-reaching realm warrior, which had already shocked a lot of people. Therefore, even if a Clasping Yuan realm warrior had a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, he would still not be able to compete with an astral-reaching realm warrior who had used a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Even more extreme, an astral-reaching realm warrior could easily kill a Clasping Yuan realm warrior without using any martial arts. As for martial geniuses like Yi Chen and Sikong Sheng, who could fight against people who were a whole level higher than them, they could be counted as special cases. The three-colored fire fist art was one of the top mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts. performed by the masked man. That rich golden flame had raised the temperature of the area rapidly. It was like a fire chi field had formed in that area, and anyone who entered the chi field would be greatly affected. Haha, I can't kill you, but I can kill him. The masked man could tell that Yi Chun had used a martial art that could increase his battling power. Normally, this kind of martial art would not last long, and it would also cause a lot of damage to the user. He did not believe that Yi Chun would be able to use it forever. In front of me, Thunder Freer, you will not be able to kill anyone. Heavenly Thunder Battle Armor. Thunder Freer sneered. His burning protective Jun, Yuan, shrunk and condensed into a battle armor that was full of thunder and lightning. 2 light arcs extended out from the back of the battle armor. At the place where the light arcs intersected, a bowl-sized thunder bead started to condense. The electric arcs that were spreading out from it started to make cracking noises. The martial art that came with the Heavenly Thunder Great Art, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Armor. Thunder Freer had a great adventure in his early years. He had found a set of martial art, the Heavenly Thunder Great Art, which contained a martial art, a defensive martial skill, and a battling martial skill. Judging only the effect of increasing battling power, it was almost as powerful as a normal high-rank Earth realm martial art. Excluding the early astral-reaching realm warriors from the super martial institutions, with the power of the Heavenly Thunder Great Art, Thunder Freer would definitely be one of the most powerful early astral-reaching realm warriors. I will kill you first. Thunder Freer's toughness was out of the masked man's expectation. His body flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Chun with a straight fire wave. Pap! After the Heavenly Thunder Battle Armor had been condensed, Thunder Freer's speed had been pushed to its limit. An electric arc exploded, and his whole body appeared in front of the masked man within a second. He threw out a claw attack. So fast, but so what? Back out now. Raising up his fist that was wrapped in golden flame, the masked man clenched his teeth and threw out an attack towards Thunder Freer. Boom! A huge sound was heard as both of them were blown back. Right then Yi Chun moved. He looked like a bloody battle god. He took a step forward, ignoring the distance between him and the masked man as he threw out a sword attack. Kill Heart. The Kill Heart was a combination of the Lone Peak Kill and the one sword attack. It could be used for both close-range and long-range attacks. Relatively speaking, close-range attacks were more powerful. Under the cover of the Kill Poetic Perspective, warriors with the same cultivation would not be able to block it out at all. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to ignore this poetic perspective. Pooh! The burning protective Jin Yuan had been punctured through, and an egg-sized bloody hole appeared on the masked man's shoulder. It was perfectly round, and blood kept pouring out of it. The masked man screamed and hurried to back out, increasing the distance between them. What a shame! Just a little bit more. Yi Chen's soul power had been searching for the flaws of the masked man all the time. Before, when the masked man was battling with Thunder Freer, his flawless protective Jin Yuan had been slightly unstable, which gave Yi Chen the chance to throw out a sword attack. However, astral-reaching realm warriors had extremely powerful mental power, and the Kill Poetic Perspective could not affect his mind completely. Therefore, Yi Chen managed to avoid the fatal attack. Since his sword attack had failed, Yi Chen looked around and noticed that Thunder Freer was preparing for another thunder attack. He understood what he meant, so he attacked towards the masked man again. You are too much. Go away. After being hit on the shoulder by Yi Chen, the masked man's face turned red, and then white. It was an expression of anger. He threw out his 3-colored fire fist, and a golden flame wave shot up into the sky. Waving his sword, Yi Chen suddenly backed out for dozens of meters. The next second, a tens of meters long, dark blue lightning bolt shot out from Thunder Freer's direction. The lightning bolt was as thick as 2 fingers, and it started from the Thunder Pearl, where the 2 light arcs intersected on Thunderfreer's back, and ended at the masked middle-aged man's body. With a loud boom, the masked middle-aged man was blown hundreds of meters away by the dark blue lightning bolt. Along the way, the clouds were burned into a straight line, leaving a trail behind. After landing his first attack, Thunderfreer followed up. The Thunder Pearl on his back continued to prepare, shooting out the second dark blue lightning, which landed on the masked man's body. The masked man had been beaten until he puked out blood. He had underestimated Thunderfreer and Yi Chun. He thought that even if he could not kill Yi Chun, he would still be able to escape unscathed. After all, his cultivation was still there, and his battling power had already been pushed to its limit. Sky Thunder attack. The color of the armor on his body started to dim down. Thunderfreer took a deep breath and pushed his thunder element, Zhen Qi, gathering all of the power on the armor into the Thunder Pearl. He threw out the last attack at the cost of the Thunder Pearl exploding, which was also his most powerful attack. Boom! The lightning went straight through the masked man's protective Jin Yuan and pierced through his chest. However, not even a single drop of blood came out. I don't want to die like this. The masked man felt a strong sense of regret. He regretted taking on such a tricky task, regretted not backing out immediately, and regretted underestimating Yi Chun once again. If it were not for Yi Chun, Thunderfreer would not have had the chance to hit him so easily in a one-on-one battle. One wrong move, and everything after that. He would have to pay with his life. Even if I die, one of you will have to die with me. Right then, running away was impossible. The masked man did not care about his fatal wound and burned his Zhen Yuan to its peak. His body turned into a flame as he jumped towards Yi Chun, planning to drag one of them down with him before he died. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he performed his separating shadow flying art. As the wind blew, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on the right side of the masked man. He threw out a sword attack, and the Kill Heart sword chi burst out. Pooh! The masked man's neck twisted, and his eyes lost the color of life. After being attacked for so many times, his battling power had decreased drastically, and he could no longer handle Yi Chen's Kill Heart sword attack. Seeing the death of the masked man with his own eyes, Yi Chen let out a heavy breath of blood chi. The side effect of the minor blood demon body separating great art was extremely huge. It was all thanks to the blood sunflower that he was able to last until now. However, the blood sunflower could only make up for one side of the side effect, since the chi and blood of the flesh were different from Zhen Qi. It was not as simple as using a little bit to make up for it. There was still an extremely complicated conversion process involved. After releasing the minor blood demon body separating great art, Yi Chen's face was extremely pale, and he looked a bit exhausted. After swallowing a soul replenishing pellet, Yi Chen looked over at Thunderfreer, who seemed to be in a slightly better condition than him. That Sky Thunder attack had used up a lot of his Zhen Qi, and he was currently swallowing pellets to replenish his Zhen Qi. The two looked at each other and forced a smile. Killing a peak-level, early astral reaching realm warrior was way more difficult than they had expected. The higher the cultivation, the harder it would be to kill. Chapter 295. Luo Xinglia and the rest of the people had just woken up from their stupor. They were all shocked. 2 astral-reaching realm warriors had been killed just like that, and it had only been a short while. Plus, both of them were killed by Yi Chen, although the second masked man was mainly killed by Thunderfreer. Senior Thunderfreer, Yi Chen, let's go back to the Windy Eagles first. It was not a good place to stay, so Luo Xinglia suggested. All right. Thunderfreer did not reject either. The Zhen Qi that he had lost would not be recovered in a short period of time, and he would need to rest for a while. Waiting for Thunder Freer and Yi Chen to get on, a group of windy eagles carried everyone and flew far away. After a couple of hours, Thunder Freer opened his eyes and blew out a breath towards the incoming strong wind. The breath was extremely powerful, and the strong wind dissipated in an instant. Turning his head, he looked at Yi Chen and laughed. "Little brat, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. This is the first time I, Old Lei, admire someone." In this true spirit continent, only the powerful ones were respected. This rule was everywhere, when one person was way more powerful than the other. Even if they had a good relationship, there would still be a subtle relationship between the two, since the gap was still a gap. For someone who was not powerful enough, would you be friends with him? Laugh and yell? Joke around? It was obviously not realistic, since there would always be one person who would be the leader, and that person would usually be the most powerful one. In the past, Thunder Freer would always call himself Thunder Freer when he met someone from the younger generation, but this time he called himself Old Thunder. The reason was simple, because Yi Chen's attacking power was already at the same level as his, and the gap was very small. Plus, Yi Chen was a disciple of the martial institution that Cloud Dreamer was in, so calling him Old Thunder would be more intimate, just like how he liked to call Cloud Dreamer the Old Ghost. "Senior Thunder Freer, you are flattering me." Yi Chen was just lucky to have found a secret martial art that could increase his attacking power. Yi Chen said, "Secret martial arts are also a part of one's power. Otherwise, why would warriors need to run into all kinds of things? Not to mention this secret martial art the minor blood demon separating great art?" Thunder Freer asked through his Zhen Yuan. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." "No wonder. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. It turns out to be Master Blood Demon's ultimate technique." Thunder Freer continued, "You are different from Master Blood Demon. He has the Blood Demon clone to provide him with his chi and blood, which allows him to continuously perform the minor blood demon body separating great art, or even the even more horrifying major blood demon body separating great art. However, you need to use your own chi and blood to perform the minor blood demon body separating great art, which is even scarier than the major blood demon body separating great art. But you need to use your own chi and blood to perform the minor blood demon body separating great art, so it is inevitable that you will get injured. Plus, this kind of thing can easily attract attention. If Master Blood Demon notices you, me, you, and Cloud Dreamer, the 3 of us together would not even be able to defeat one of his fingers. It was indeed the secret martial art of the Blood Demon. In fact, Yi Chen had already suspected it, since the minor blood demon body separating great art and the major blood demon body separating great art were way too similar. After hearing what Thunder Freer had just said, he could finally confirm it. As for the power of the blood demon, Yi Chen did not doubt it at all. Among the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghost cult, the blood demon was one of the top ones, way more powerful than the corpse man. "Senior, don't worry. Unless it is a critical moment, Yi Chen knows what to do." Yi Chen nodded. If it were not for the fact that his life would be in danger, he would have been hesitant to perform the minor blood demon body separating great art. The Sky Cloud Martial School of the Windy Nation was too far away from the hidden dragon ancient city. After 2 whole months, the group finally arrived at the Sky Cloud Martial School on the Wind Eagles. "The leader is back. Brother Yi is here too." Brother Yi has been training for more than a year. I wonder what level he has reached now. There were a lot of disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School every day. Raising their heads, they could see a group of wind eagles flying towards the main mountain. On the plaza outside the palace, A lot of inner elders had heard the news and ran out to congratulate Yi Chun. Beside them were many outer elders, core disciples, and inner disciples. Welcome, leader, welcome, Senior Thunderfreer. Luo Xinglia landed on the ground first, waved his hand, and said, "Everyone come to the palace. I have something to announce." Inside the spacious palace, there were a lot of people. Luo Xinglia was sitting on the main seat, while Yichen was standing right next to him. As for Thunderfreer, he had already gone to find Cloud Dreamer, as he was not interested in these things at all. Clearing his throat, Luo Xinglia opened his mouth and said, "The reason why I gathered you all here is to tell you about the hidden dragon rank. Brother, ye must have made it into the rank. Otherwise, the leader would not make such a big announcement. It must be. Brother, ye was already the know. One warrior among the young generation of the 9 nations 1.5 years ago. After 1 year, his power must have improved a lot. I wonder what his rank is now." Inside the palace, everyone was discussing. They kept looking at Yi Chun, who was standing right next to Luo Xinglia. This time, 2 disciples of our Sky Cloud Martial School have made it into the hidden dragon rank. One is a core disciple, Su Jing, and the other is indeed Yi Chun. After the palace quieted down for a while, Luo Xinglia started to announce the result. Most of the people were not surprised at the result. Su Jing's power was obvious to all. Even Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei, the 2 core disciples, could not even last 3 attacks from her. And Yi Chun was even more powerful than Su Jing. Therefore, it would be surprising if he was not in the hidden dragon rank. Su Jing is ranked 19. Seeing everyone's shocked eyes, Luo Xinglia smiled and continued, "Yi Chun ranked first in the hidden dragon rank." "What? Brother Yi is the number 1 of the hidden dragon rank. Although Brother Yi is indeed powerful, I remember that the champion of the last hidden dragon rank was Xikong Sheng, the second was Yan Qihua, and the 4th was Li Daoxian. These 3 already had the power to compete with peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors 3 years ago. After 3 years, no peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors would be able to compete with them. No matter how much Brother Yi has improved, he would not be able to beat them, right? Did they not participate?" Everyone was shocked. Their faces were full of disbelief. One of the inner masters asked confusedly, "Leader, did something happen to this year's hidden dragon rank?" He was trying to ask if Xikong Sheng and the rest of them could not participate because of something. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the fact that Yi Chun had won the number 1 title. Luo Xinglia said with a smile on his face, "Yes, something had happened. The change is that Yi Chun had beaten all of the top young warriors from the last hidden dragon rank, including Lin Yan, Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Xikong Sheng. He had made it to the number 1 of the hidden dragon rank. Not only that, he had also opened the hidden dragon secret realm, which had not appeared for thousands of years, breaking the record of the hidden dragon rank." Gasp! Hearing him, everyone in the palace gasped. Yi Chun had beaten all of the top young warriors from the last hidden dragon rank and made it to the number 1 of the hidden dragon rank. In other words, his power had already reached the peak of the clasping Yuan realm. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, he was only below the Great Master. As for the hidden dragon secret realm, they did not know much about it. However, the 1,000-year record had shocked them again. The record was not that easy to break. Reaching the height of the South River region, there might not be anyone who could break it within 100 years. And what Yi Chun had broken was the 1,000-year record of the South River region. What kind of concept was this? Is this real? There were still people who did not believe it and mumbled. Luo Xinglia was not happy. "Do you think I would lie to you?" Knowing that this matter could not be fake, the way everyone looked at Yi Chun had changed. It was now filled with admiration and respect. Indeed, it was respect. Yi Chen's status had changed drastically. He was no longer a simple disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, but an existence just below the great master. He was the #1 martial genius of the South Rudra region. With so much glory gathered on him, it would be his own problem if he was no longer worthy of their respect. Congratulations, Brother Yi! In the palace, all of the core and inner disciples held their fists together and bowed to Yi Chun, including Zhang Haoren and Wu Ming. One of them was a core disciple, and the other was an inner disciple. Their status had improved a lot, but unfortunately, compared to Yi Chun, they were like fireflies. Especially for Zhang Haoren. His expression changed a couple of times before he finally calmed down. His fighting spirit would not diminish, but it was obviously not suitable for him to keep looking at Yi Chun as his goal, since Yi Chun was a couple of levels lower than him. When he was still an inner disciple, Yi Chun was already the #1 among the young generation in the 9 nations. After he became a core disciple, Yi Chun became the #1 among the young generation in the South Rudra region. He could not imagine what would happen when he reached the clasping Yuan realm. Yi Chun felt a bit emotional. He raised his hand and said, "Don't be so polite. I am still a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It will not change now, and it will not change in the future." Luo Xinglia glanced at Yi Chun with a smile, then said to everyone in the palace, "All right, everyone now knows the situation. You can go now." After a while, when everyone had left, Luo Xinglia said to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, I will take you to the base of the Sky Cloud Martial School." "Yes, leader." In less than one day, almost 10,000 people in the Sky Cloud Martial School had heard about the news of Yi Chun winning the #1 hidden dragon rank. They all had their mouths wide open, unable to believe it. I did not believe it at the time either. But since the leader had said it, it must be true. I could not believe that our Sky Cloud Martial School would have a #1 martial genius in the South Rudra region. Fortunately, I am also a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Otherwise, I would not have been able to share this honor. I heard that the hidden dragon ranking is related to luck. Brother Yi is the #1. Doesn't that mean that we will also benefit from luck? Indeed, as long as we work hard in the future, we will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. My cousin is still hesitating about which martial institution to join. Now that Brother Yi has won the #1 hidden dragon rank, he would definitely fight to join. Then tell him to do it as soon as possible. Soon, the whole Windy Nation will know about it. By then, the number of young people joining the Sky Cloud Martial School will be beyond imagination. If he is late, he will not have the chance anymore. Thanks for the reminder. I will ask for leave now and tell my people about this. My uncle is going to join the Emerald Martial Palace and become the outer master of the Emerald Martial Palace. I will go stop him now. It would be great to join the Sky Cloud Martial School. He would be lucky. Within one day, countless people had asked for leave, which made the master in charge very busy. But of course, it was with a smile on his face. In front of the Martial Skill Pavilion, the master who was guarding the pavilion touched his beard after hearing the news. He forced a smile and said, "What kind of monster is he?" He could still vaguely remember that Yi Chun was only 14 or 15 years old. He had a handsome face and looked very young. The first time he had met him was when he was training the Lone Peak 13 swords. He did not think that Yi Chun would be able to successfully train the Lone Peak 13 swords, but he did. As time went by, the handsome teenager was no longer there. He had grown into a young man, and his status had also increased. He had become the #1 martial genius of the South Rudra region, and had dominated the young generation of the South Rudra region. 3 to 4 years had passed so fast. Chapter 296. When Yi Chun and Su Jing arrived at the base of the Sky Cloud Martial School under Luo Xinglia's lead, the dragon fountain chi that had been hidden in their bloodlines suddenly jumped out and drilled into the ground like a dragon diving into the ocean. After about 10 breaths of time, hundreds of miles around the Sky Cloud Martial School started to gather. Dragon roars and tiger roars could be vaguely heard in the air and underground, which was a sign that the dragon fountain chi was extremely abundant. There was a small dragon fountain under the windy mountain where the Sky Cloud Martial School was located. In fact, all the top-rank martial institutions would choose to build their martial institutions in places with dragon fountains. That way, they would be able to develop better and better. For example, the dragon fountain under the rank 7 martial institution, the Emerald Martial Valley, was much bigger than the Sky Cloud Martial School. It used to be the place where the rank 6 martial institution, the Mountain and Water Pavilion, was built. Unfortunately, after the Mountain and Water Pavilion was destroyed, the dragon fountain chi had been lost a lot. They had to rely on the 1,000 mountains and rivers layout to leave some. Even so, the dragon fountain chi that was left behind was still more than all the martial institutions in the Windy Nation combined. Right now, Yi Chun and Su Jing's dragon fountain chi poured into the dragon fountain of the Windy Mountain, and it immediately started to cleanse the dragon fountain. It also started to help the dragon fountain to gather the earth chi from tens of thousands of miles around and strengthen itself. The gathering of earth chi was way too loud, and the dragon fountain could not control it at all. Only Yi Chen's dragon fountain chi could suppress it, and Su Jing's dragon fountain chi could only support it. After a long time, the abundant dragon fountain chi gradually stabilized. One big and one small dragon fountain chi broke out of the ground and merged into Yi Chen's and Su Jing's bodies respectively. As soon as the chi of the dragon vein entered his body, Yi Chen immediately felt that the chi of the dragon vein had increased and established a vague connection with the dragon vein of the Windy Mountain. Carefully sensing it, Yi Chen found that there was a trace of his chi of the dragon vein left in the Windy Mountain dragon vein. This trace of chi of the dragon vein did not play a dominant role, but it could suppress the newly added earth chi. Meanwhile, Su Jing's chi of the dragon vein wandered around, taming the more violent earth chi and driving away some evil earth chi, maintaining the purity of the Windy Mountain dragon vein. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School who was staying in the Windy Mountain or the surrounding mountains seemed to be thinking about something. Their minds suddenly became clearer, and some of the tiny distracting thoughts that were hindering their cultivation were being washed away by the invisible power. They felt much more relaxed. Behind the Qingfeng Mountain was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. There were 2 people sitting on the mountain peak. One of them was wearing white robes with purple edges. He looked to be in his 60s and looked very peaceful. The other one was the middle-aged Thunderfreer. Old man, I don't know what kind of luck your Sky Cloud Martial School had in your last life to have such a talented true dragon like Yi Chun. As long as he is alive, the Sky Cloud Martial School will continue to prosper. Thunderfreer poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all. Cloud Dreamer smiled and said, "The world is unpredictable, and so is the luck." Who said that a normal place cannot have a true dragon. A true dragon can be big or small, it can rise or hide. There can be a true dragon anywhere. This true dragon is too powerful. With his late clasping Yuan realm cultivation, he was able to kill an early astral reaching realm warrior. If we give him some time, I am afraid that even you and I will be surpassed by him. I don't know what you are going to do with him. Being a core disciple is obviously not suitable. Thunderfreer asked. Cloud Dreamer hesitated for a while. How about making him a master? Master, it is such a waste. even if he is a core master. So what? He is a true dragon. How can he be under someone else? Even if he wants to, he can't do it. I am talking about the Great Master. Great Master? Thunderfreer opened his eyes wide. You are not joking, are you? Isn't there a rule in the Sky Cloud Martial School that if one does not reach the astral reaching realm, one cannot be a great master? Cloud Dreamer shook his head. Rules are made by people. Since they are made by people, they can be changed. I believe that even if all the ancestors of the Sky Cloud Martial School were alive, they would not object to it. That's true. A true dragon is something that others can't even wait to worship. Giving him the position of Supreme Elder is not a big deal. Moreover, Supreme Elder doesn't need to manage anything, which suits Yichen even more. The other positions are somewhat inappropriate. After thinking about it carefully, Thunderfreer felt that Cloud Dreamer's words were not groundless. He had probably planned for this a long time ago. Cloud Dreamer suddenly lifted up his head. Thousands of miles high up in the sky, the clouds were clouds, and the wind was the wind. From the surface, nothing seemed to be out of place. However, as he used his mental power to check, he immediately realized that the natural Yuan Qi was gathering towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Besides that, there was an undercurrent under the ground, along with vague dragon roars and tiger roars. It is done. Cloud Dreamer let out a deep breath. He was extremely energetic. Thunderfreer put down his wine cup. I am thinking about whether or not I should join your Sky Cloud Martial School. You should not mind being a great master, right? Cloud Dreamer said, Not yet. I am out in the open, and you are in the dark. There are some things that I need you to take care of. I cannot move easily. Plus, there is no need to rush. You saved Yi Chen's life back then, so you have already been blessed with luck. It would not be any worse than being a great master in the Sky Cloud Martial School. You think I am the hired fighter of the Sky Cloud Martial School? Thunderfreer laughed. Slowly standing up, Cloud Dreamer said, I will be right back. In the main mountains palace, Luo Xinglia, the headmaster, Su Jing, and Yi Chen were standing in the middle of the palace. A human shadow flashed past the back door of the palace. A young elder, wearing white robes with purple edges, walked out. He smiled slightly, looking very peaceful. Great Master, Luo Xinglia, and the headmaster said with respect. Hearing him, Su Jing and Yi Chen also held their fists together. Great Master, greetings! Cloud Dreamer waved his hand. Yi Chen, Su Jing, you two have done a great job. No matter what happens in the future, you will still be the biggest contributors to the Sky Cloud Martial School. I am here to discuss something with you. I do not want to make it too big. Only the 5 of us need to know about it. Yi Chen said, Great Master, please go ahead. Su Jing, you have trained a body-strengthening art. Although you are only at the early clasping Yuan realm, you have the power to fight against late clasping Yuan realm warriors. I have discussed with the leader and decided to give you the position of a core master. What do you think? Su Jing did not hesitate. Thank you, Great Master and leader. Su Jing will accept it. Since she was willing to share the fortune with the Sky Cloud Martial School, she would naturally not want to leave the school. Being a core master was not a big deal, since she would be part of the Sky Cloud Martial School anyway. I am glad to hear your decision. Although Cloud Dreamer had expected that Su Jing would accept it, he was still very happy. In the South Rudra region, there were not many martial geniuses like Su Jing. She would be able to surpass him in the future and become the real pillar of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Clearing his throat, Cloud Dreamer looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, are you willing to be the great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Great master? Yi Chen is still not qualified enough. It does not seem to be suitable. Luo Xinglia said, Yi Chen, the great master, is all about power. Qualifications do not mean much. Plus, with your current cultivation, reaching the astral reaching realm is only a matter of time. Why don't you confirm it now so that you can focus on your own things? Since the great master and the leader think that I can do it, then I will do it. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen nodded. Good. That would be great. Cloud Dreamer studied Su Jing, and Yi Chen then laughed. Don't worry. The school will not restrict you. You can do whatever you want. The Sky Cloud Martial School will not interfere too much. I only hope that when the Sky Cloud Martial School is in danger, you can help us. Of course. Yi Chen and Su Jing nodded at the same time. His fingers swept across the storage ring. Cloud Dreamer took out 2 tags and handed them to Su Jing and Yi Chen respectively. These are the core master tags and the great master tags. Although they are just symbols, it would be best if you don't lose them. After all, only the 5 of us know your real identities, so they might be of some use to you. Taking over the tags, Yi Chen said, in the next few days, I will go back to the Yi family to take a look. Then I will stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School to train. All right, I have already prepared a mountain for you two to train. No one will disturb you. Waiting until Su Jing and Yi Chen left, Cloud Dreamer and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. Now that everything had been settled, they could finally let out a breath. The next day, Yi Chen rode the Wind Eagle and flew towards the Yi family in the Luo city. The Wind Eagle could travel 20,000 miles a day. Within a day, Yi Chen arrived outside the Luo city. Without stopping, Yi Chen drove the Wind Eagle and flew towards the Yi family's area, which made people in the city gasp in shock. In the Yi family, it was rare for Yi Batian to come back to the Yi family as an inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial School. Because of the fact that a genius like Yi Chen had appeared in his family, he had become the enemy of the Purple Sun Martial School. Because of this, he had been pushed aside by the other inner elders a lot. He had been holding back his anger for a long time. He didn't know if it was because of Yi Chen or because of what he had been through. Either way, he was not happy. Father, that's a Wind Eagle. His eldest son, Yi Feng, also came back with Yi Batian. He was already at the mid-condensing reality realm. Normally, his talent was not that bad. It could be considered as above average. However, things were different now. His mid-condensing reality realm cultivation could no longer attract any attention. Yi Batian raised his head, sneered, and said, "This is the Yi family people from the Sky Cloud Martial School dare to come here on a Wind Eagle. They are not taking me seriously at all. Get down." Yi Batian reached out his right hand. His Jun Qi surged up and created a strong suction force. Whoosh! A fierce gale started blowing, and the Wind Eagle started shaking. Yi Chen, who was covered by the Wind Eagle, stood up. Seeing Yi Batian's attack, he frowned and waved his right hand, cutting off the suction force. Yi Chen. Yi Batian squinted his eyes. Yi Feng plucked up his courage and said, "Yi Chen, why don't you come down and greet my father?" It had only been 2 days since Yi Chen came back to the Windy Nation. What happened in the Hidden Dragon ancient city had not been spread out yet. Only a few people in the martial world knew about it. In Yi Feng's eyes, Yi Chen was only at the peak level early clasping Yuan realm or mid-clasping Yuan realm at most. There was still a huge gap between him and his father, Yi Batian. Yi Chen remained expressionless. "Greetings, uncle." After saying that, he rode the Wind Eagle and flew towards the plaza of the Yi family. "How dare you?" Yi Batian yelled. He was a bit surprised that Yi Chen had cut off his palm attack. However, he had reached the late clasping Yuan realm for a long time and was one of the most powerful inner elders in the Purple Sun Martial School. How could he let Yi Chen look down on him? Enraged, He threw out a palm attack, trying to show his power. Chapter 297. Feeling the sharp fist power coming right at him, Yi Chun threw out a punch without even turning his head. He had performed the first movement of the 5 mountain godly fist art, 5 mountain consolidating shapes. The bright yellow halo formed into a shadow of a mountain. The shadow vibrated, and the air collapsed. Yi Beishan's fist power didn't even reach 10 meters before it was shattered. Boom! The courtyard that Yi Batian was in was flattened, and a huge fist mark appeared in front of him. It was 5 meters deep. Yi Batian could not stop his body. He backed out for dozens of steps, his face pale. As for Yi Feng, he had already been blown hundreds of meters away by the fist wind. He was dizzy from the impact. In the air, Yi Chen's voice was heard. "I respect you as my uncle, so I will let bygones be bygones. But it does not mean that you can do whatever you want in front of me. Some things should be kept to yourself." Yi Beishan's face kept changing. At the same time, he was shocked by Yi Chen's power. A casual punch from him had pushed him back for dozens of steps without giving him any chance to fight back. Perhaps he had reached the late clasping Yuan realm, no matter whether he wanted to admit it or not. Martial geniuses were almost invincible among warriors at the same cultivation level. All of a sudden, Yi Batian looked like he had aged 10 years. If his biggest advantage was not even worth mentioning, then what would be left? Father has been beaten? Yi Feng awkwardly crawled up and looked around at the courtyard that had been razed to the ground. He saw Yi Beishan's expression drastically change, and his face was filled with disbelief. The last thing he had relied on in his heart had been destroyed, and his pride had been crushed. This kind of blow made his heart feel empty, and his eyes had lost all of their previous spirit. On the plaza of the Yi family, people from the Yi family had already arrived after hearing the commotion. Yi Tianhao and Shun Yuqing were walking in front of the crowd. Shun Yuqing was even holding 2 beautiful babies in his arms. Yi Chen turned around and smiled. "Father! Mother!" Yi Tianhao, who was still smiling, gave Yi Chen a bear hug. "Finally, you are back." "Yeah." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "What happened to your uncle?" How could Yi Tianhao not know that Yi Chun had razed Yi Beishan's courtyard to the ground with a single punch? At the same time, he was also worried that Yi Chen would kill Yi Batian. After all, Yi Batian had never done anything to harm his family, so he didn't deserve to die. Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "Tianhao, don't you know Chen Er's character? He's not someone who kills indiscriminately." Shun Yuqing's eyes were slightly moist, and he immediately said, "What are you talking about here? Come into the hall." Yeah. It seemed that Yi Chen had an amiable temperament. The 2 babies in Shun Yuqing's arms wriggled their bodies slightly. Their big black eyes were filled with joy. They looked straight at Yi Chun and made vague sounds from their mouths. "Mother, this must be my younger brother and sister. Let me hold them." Yi Chen carefully took his younger brother and sister from Shun Yuqing's arms and let them lie in his arms in a comfortable way. Ha! As soon as they were in Yi Chen's arms, the 2 little guys laughed adorably. Their chubby cheeks were pressed against Yi Chen's chest, looking very intimate. Shun Yuqing smiled and said, "They like you very much. It seems that they like you more than me and your father." Yi Chen followed Shun Yuqing into the hall and asked, "Mother, what are my younger brother and sister's names?" "Your younger brother is called Yi Xian, and your younger sister is called Yi Xiao." "Hey, the 2 little guys are asleep." Yi Chen looked down and saw that his younger brother and sister had both closed their eyes. Their mouths were slightly open, revealing a pair of baby teeth. Coupled with the blush on their cheeks, they looked extremely cute. In the hall, Yi Chen was holding the 2 babies in his arms. He looked no different from the handsome boy next door. However, after everyone had heard the news about the hidden dragon rank from him, they all looked up at him. Looking up at him, who was standing in the clouds, the #1 warrior of the young generation in the South River region. #1 in the hidden dragon rank. The Yi family is so lucky. An elder from the Yi family yelled out with tears running down his face. Yi Qianhao was also shocked by Yi Chen's words. In fact, Yi Chen's ranking in the hidden dragon rank had already shocked him, but the #1 in the hidden dragon rank had made him blank out for a short period of time. He could not even say a word. What did the hidden dragon rank represent? Everyone knew that it was the biggest competition in the South River region. It was the competition that the young generation of the South River region had to fight for. It would not be easy to get out of the competition. However, Yi Chen had not only gotten out of the competition, but he had also pushed all of the top young warriors aside and walked to the top of the South River region by himself. If Yi Chen came from a famous family or a famous martial institution, it would not be shocking at all. However, he was obviously from a family in a small country in the South River region. He was not even one of the top warriors in the Windy Nation, and his background was not even worth mentioning in the outside world. Compared to those rank 6 martial institution disciples, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Besides that, everyone from the Yi family had the same feeling. The Yi family was an unranked family, and Yi Chen had turned from a mediocre person to a real dragon. The combination of the two had created a legend that belonged to ordinary people. They had no doubt that when the news of Yi Chen winning the first place in the hidden dragon rank spread out, it would cause a huge sensation. Perhaps the whole martial world of the Windy Nation would be boiling, and the whole martial world of the South River region would be boiling. Well done. Yi Qianhao slapped heavily on Yi Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with tears. His body did not shake, as Yi Chen did not want to wake his brother and sister up. In fact, the noise in the hall did not even reach his brother and sister's ears, as they were all blocked out by his zhenqi. Yi Chen said, "Father, I told you before that I would not let you down. Indeed, you did not let me down. I am proud of you, and the Yi family is proud of you." As the leader of the Yi family, Yi Qianhao had been under a lot of pressure. He was afraid that the Yi family would fall in his hands, and he was afraid that he would not live up to his father's expectations. But now all of that pressure was gone, because his son was even more powerful than him, 100 times more powerful. The humiliation and gossip when he was young did not defeat him. Instead, it made him stand up and shine brighter than the sun. Outside the hall, Yi Batian stood there in a daze, and next to him was Yi Feng, who had a blank face. The father and son were like outsiders. They could not feel the surprise, nor could they feel the warmth of the family, because all of those things had been killed by them. In their minds, all of the things that they had done in the past had been so ridiculous, so fragile. Yi Chen glanced at Yi Batian and Yi Feng, who were standing outside the hall. He did not pay much attention to them. There was still a chance for them to repent, but if they lost this chance, there would be no more. The Yi family he wanted was a united Yi family, not a Yi family that was always fighting against each other. Anyone or anything that stood in the way of unity would be crushed by him. Chapter 298. Night fell. The main yard of the Yi family was brightly lit. In the living room of the main yard, Yi Chen took out a book from his storage ring and piled it on the table. "Father, Mother, let's take these as our family's martial arts." Shen Yuqing randomly picked up a book, and as soon as he opened it, he was shocked. Mid-rank Earth Realm Sword Art, Jade-breaking Sword Art, Mid-rank Earth Realm Sword Art. Yi Qianhao didn't realize it. He also picked up a book, opened it, and read, Mid-rank Earth Realm Martial Art, Wave Shock Spell. It really is a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. There is also a fist art, There is also a kick art. After reading over 10 books in a row, Shen Yuqing and Yi Tianhao looked at Yi Chen at the same time. They were shocked. Among the 20 books Yi Chen took out, there were 3 mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts, 5 low-rank Earth Realm martial arts, and 18 top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts, all of which were top-rank, not to mention the top 8 families of the Windy Nation. Even a ranked martial institution would not be able to compete with them. Yi Tianhao said, "Chenair, are these all yours?" Yi Chen nodded. "I've been training outside for more than a year. I've had a couple of adventures, and I've killed a lot of powerful warriors. These are all from them, and some are given to the Sky Cloud Martial School. Father, the martial art you're training is already a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, so you don't need to change it. You can train this jade breaking sword art. Mother, the martial art you're training is only a low-rank Earth Realm martial art, so you can change it to a better one. As for a high-rank Earth Realm martial art, we can't get it for now, but we will find a way in the future." "That's enough. Even if you give us a high-rank Earth Realm martial art, we won't be able to understand it completely." The martial art that Yi Tianhao was practicing was the only mid-rank Earth Realm martial art in the Yi family. It was bought by the 3rd-generation family head with a huge price. It had always been a martial art that only the family head could practice. However, up until now, Yi Tianhao had not practiced it to the highest level. Giving him a high-rank Earth Realm martial art would be a waste. Shen Yuqing said, "Your father is right. Mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts are our limit. There is no need to waste time looking for higher-ranked martial arts." They were not geniuses, nor were they lonely people. They had a lot of time to practice martial arts. Therefore, even if there was a high-grade Earth tier manual in front of them, they would still choose to give it up and keep it as their family's secret. Jade-shattering sword art, not bad. With it, my battling power would increase by at least 30 to 40%, and I would even be able to compete with late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Yi Tianhao grinned, holding the jade-shattering sword art manual in his hand. Yi Chen chuckled. This jade-breaking sword art manual was exchanged from Cloud Dreamer, and all the martial arts he got from the 2 astral-reaching realm warriors had been given to the Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, the Yi family did not have the power to fight against astral-reaching realm warriors. Here are some pellets. Some can increase your cultivation slightly, and some can replenish your spirit and qi. You guys can use them yourselves. Yi Chen then took out bottles of pellets from his storage ring. These pellets were not cheap. Some of them were even worth tens of thousands of low-rank soul stones. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were full of smiles. If it were someone else giving them the manuals and pellets, they might reject it. But since it was their son, they were more than happy about it. More importantly, they did not want to be a burden to Yi Chen. Only by becoming more powerful would they be able to reduce Yi Chen's worries. The 2 little ones were very quiet in Yi Chen's arms. When they woke up, they stared at Yi Chen and the other 2 with their big, shiny eyes. They did not make any noise, and they seemed to be much more energetic than when Yi Chen had just arrived. Even Shen Yuqing was quite surprised and thought that Yi Chen was the reason for the change. Yi Chen thought of the Dragon Fountain Qi, which could not only increase the luck of the martial institutions, but also the luck of his family. The difference was that the people in the martial institutions were not related to him by blood, so he needed to inject part of the Dragon Fountain Qi to stabilize the luck. However, the people in his family were his blood relatives, and that kind of bloodline connection could not be cut off. Now that he had returned, the Dragon Fountain Qi had already affected his family, especially his parents and siblings. In a couple of days, I will go into closed-door training in the Sky Cloud Martial School. This Wind Eagle will stay here, and if you need anything, you can come to me directly. Yi Chen thought for a while and said. Yi Qianhao nodded. All right, you don't need to worry about us. Just take care of yourself. Okay. In the next couple of days, Yi Qian didn't do anything else. He stayed with his family, telling them about his experiences and sharing the happiness of his family. On the 5th day, Yi Qian returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The mountain that Cloud Dreamer had chosen for him was the second mountain behind the main mountain, right next to the mountain where Cloud Dreamer was staying. The mountain was extremely steep, and there was no way to climb it. On the mountain, there were fountains and waterfalls, flowers and trees, and it was surrounded by a misty sea of clouds, which made the mountain faintly visible. What a beautiful place! The Sky Cloud Martial School built their school in this place for a reason. Except for the main mountain, the mountain that Yi Qian was staying on was the steepest one, and the mountain that Cloud Dreamer was staying on was the most mysterious. These 3 mountains could be called the 3 peaks of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The mountain didn't have a name yet and would be named by the great master himself. Yi Qian didn't think too much and directly named it the Shocking Cloud Mountain. It was the 3rd day since Yi Qian had moved in. The huge mountain had already been explored by him, and he was completely familiar with it. On the top of the mountain, Yi Qian stood there. It is time to close up. The Green Lotus Sword spell is a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, so it is not hard to imagine how hard it would be to train. In a short period of time, my battling power would not increase, but decrease instead. But after this period of time, my battling power would increase to an unprecedented level. It is such a shame that I have never used that bit of Zhen Yuan from the mysterious great art. Once I change my martial art, this bit of Zhen Yuan would be wasted. What a shame. The biggest problem for Yi Qian was the bit of Zhen Yuan in the Zhen Qi spiral inside his body. This bit of Zhen Yuan was not half-step Zhen Yuan, but a genuine supreme Zhen Yuan, which was extremely pure. Without exaggeration, with this bit of Zhen Yuan, Yi Qian would be able to kill a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior within a second. Even a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior would be severely wounded if they were careless. A bit of Zhen Yuan would be more powerful than any ace attacks. It would be the ace of all ace attacks, the ace of all ace attacks. It would be able to turn the tables completely. However, it was not a good idea to stay here. The Green Lotus Sword spell was 2 ranks higher than the mysterious great art, and it was a martial art suitable for sword artists to train. Combined with the Green Lotus Sword art, it would allow him to have the power to kill early astral-reaching realm warriors under normal conditions. He would not need to perform the minor blood demon body separating great art or that pile of Zhen Yuan, since both of them had their own advantages. Plus, time was precious. If he delayed training the Green Lotus Sword spell by 1 day, his progress would be delayed by 1 day, which would affect his future achievements. Never mind, I will train the Green Lotus Sword spell first. Once I have the power to kill astral-reaching realm warriors face-to-face, that bit of Zhen Yuan would not be that useful anymore. Biting on his teeth, Yi Qian had finally made up his mind. There were a lot of training rooms under the Shocking Cloud Mountain, and the biggest one was right in the middle of the mountain. There were 2 paths in the room. One was the normal path that led to the inside of the building, and the other was the cave that led to the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School. On top of the stone platform in the middle of the room, Yi Qian sat with his legs crossed. The Green Lotus Sword spell has 15 levels. For normal warriors, reaching the 9th level would be equivalent to reaching the 11th level of the mysterious great art. But I am a sword artist who has learned the sword intent, so I should be able to recover my original battling power after reaching the 8th level. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian slowly closed his eyes and started to operate his Zhen Qi according to the 1st level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. The training method for the 1st level of any martial art would be very easy. Even the most ordinary of warriors would be able to train it successfully. Yi Chen's comprehensive ability was extremely powerful, plus the fact that the Green Lotus Sword spell was the perfect fit for him. His training speed could not even be described as twice the result with half the effort, because within half an hour, he had already reached the second level. The second level was a couple of times harder than the first, but it was still not too difficult for Yi Chen. After an hour, he had successfully trained the second level again, and was now at the third level. It would not be possible to break through from the third to the fourth level within a short period of time. It had nothing to do with comprehensive ability. It was a necessary process, since operating the Zhen Qi would take a lot of time as well. 3 days passed. Beams of sword-shaped qi spread out, signifying the completion of the fourth level. It's faster than I thought. It should be the experience from training the mysterious great art. Warriors would change their martial arts not only to become stronger, but also because they had trained other martial arts before. Changing martial arts could more or less save time. Otherwise, warriors would have to spend their entire lives changing martial arts, and it would be impossible for them to improve. After that, Yi Chen spent 1 week to reach the 5th level, half a month to reach the 6th level, and 1 month to reach the 7th level. The mysterious Zhen Qi is about to be completely transformed into the Green Lotus Zhen Qi. I will not be able to keep this Zhen Yuan anymore. Sinking his consciousness into his dantian, Yi Chen could see that there were 2 spirals of Zhen Qi in his dantian. The fist-sized one was the Green Lotus Zhen Qi, while the pigeon egg-sized one was the mysterious Zhen Qi. Wrapped by the mysterious Zhen Qi, there was a finger-sized drop of pure Zhen Yuan that was perfectly still, shining brightly without any impurities. Getting rid of his depressed mood, Yi Chen pushed his Green Lotus Zhen Qi to wrap up the mysterious Zhen Qi, wanting to convert it all into Green Lotus Zhen Qi in preparation for breaking through to the 8th level. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sound that could not be heard from the outside world appeared inside Yi Chen's dantian. The mysterious Zhen Qi was decreasing bit by bit, while the Green Lotus Zhen Qi was growing bit by bit. That drop of Zhen Yuan was gradually exposed. Yi Chen could imagine that once the Zhen Yuan lost the nourishment of the mysterious Zhen Qi, it would instantly turn into normal mysterious Zhen Qi. Whatever, it's better to deal with it sooner rather than later. The conversion speed did not decrease, but instead increased. Yi Chen pushed his Green Lotus Zhen Qi to its limit. Finally, the mysterious Zhen Qi had been completely converted into Green Lotus Zhen Qi. Only a finger-sized drop of Zhen Yuan was left, quietly floating in the air of his dantian. It was vibrating slowly, but surely, a sign that it was about to break down. Right then, a Zhen Qi thread shot out from the center of the Green Lotus Zhen Qi, wrapping around the drop of Zhen Yuan and pulling it in. In the next second, countless Zhen Qi threads connected with the Zhen Yuan, just like the meridians and blood vessels around the heart. They were all interconnected and could not be cut or separated. Seeing this, Yi Chen looked surprised. He did not expect that the Zhen Yuan would not only not disappear, but instead enter the Green Lotus Zhen Qi. Chapter 299. Although he had already prepared to give up on that stream of Zhen Yuan, it would be a lie to say that he did not feel pain in his heart. After all, he had not used that stream of Zhen Yuan even once since he started to cultivate it. He did not even know how powerful it was, which made Yi Chen feel pain in his heart. But now, there was no need to worry. The Zhen Yuan had already merged with the Green Lotus Zhen Qi. As time passed, the mysterious Zhen Yuan would also be converted into Green Lotus Zhen Yuan, and would no longer have any connection with the mysterious Zhen Qi. So, there would not be any problem of not being able to use it. Perhaps the problem lies with the Great Mystery Art. Otherwise, the moment the Great Mystery Zhen Qi disappeared, the great mystery Zhen Yuan should have disintegrated immediately instead of staying there and giving the green lotus Zhen Qi a chance to react. Yi Chen could vaguely feel that the martial arts from the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace were not simple at all. A mid-rank Earth realm martial art could actually produce a stream of Zhen Yuan, which was unbelievable. Never mind. Trying to understand something that I cannot understand is not a good thing. Yi Chen shook his head and did not want to spend any more time on this topic. Sinking his consciousness into his dantian again, Yi Chen saw that the mysterious Zhen Yuan was slowly moving in the green lotus Zhen Qi, gradually transforming into the green lotus Zhen Yuan. During the transformation, the mysterious Zhen Yuan was inevitably a bit mixed. Not only did it contain a huge amount of mysterious Zhen Yuan, but also a small amount of green lotus Zhen Yuan. Moving his attention away from the Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen focused on the 3 green lotus sword Qi outside the Zhen Qi spiral. These 3 green lotus sword Qi were only as long as a pinky finger. They were pure blue without any impurities and looked a bit illusory. They looked like streams of sharp airflow spinning around the Zhen Qi spiral in a regular pattern. They were in perfect order and did not clash with each other at all. I have reached the 7th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell in less than 2 months. This speed is indeed a bit fast. It seems that the higher my cultivation, the faster my martial arts will be. Yi Chen did not think that his training speed was 10 times faster than the other top martial geniuses. It should be known that not only normal warriors needed to change their martial arts, even the disciples of the super martial institutions needed to change their martial arts. Because when one's cultivation was still low, even if one was given a powerful martial art, one would not be able to train it normally. Therefore, in the early stages of training, most people would be training the mortal realm martial arts instead of the earth realm martial arts. Martial arts had always been about progress step by step. Those top martial geniuses had just reached the clasping Yuan realm and had already started to train high-rank or top-rank earth realm martial arts, which was a challenge for them. If they were the same as Yi Chen and only started to train top-rank earth realm martial arts at their current cultivation, their speed would definitely be much faster. It was just like how Yi Chen was still unable to learn the sky realm martial arts right now. He had spent more than a year to learn it, but Sea of Souls realm warriors were able to learn it within a couple of months. Did it mean that Sea of Souls realm warriors' comprehensive ability was 10 times or even dozens of times better than Yi Chen's? This was impossible. The cultivation speed would be determined by the level 1 reached. The meaning of being a martial genius was that under the same conditions, their cultivation speed would be extremely fast. You could not compare an early clasping Yuan realm martial genius with a late clasping Yuan realm martial genius like Yi Chen, which would be unfair in itself. Of course, Yi Chen was confident that under the same conditions, the cultivation speed of a peerless genius would not be able to match up to his, although it was not as exaggerated. Kill. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Yi Chen suddenly pointed his finger. Qi. A beam of cyan sword, Qi darted out, leaving a Zhanglong sword mark on the ground. It was not that powerful, only about the same as the sword Qi released by a normal late clasping Yuan realm sword artist. It was not as powerful as the sword Qi released by Yi Chen's sword. As the sword Qi darted out, one of the green lotus sword Qi in Yi Chen's dantian suddenly disappeared, and he would not be able to generate more in a short period of time. Only 2 green lotus sword Qi were left spinning around his Zhen Qi. The green lotus sword Qi inside my body has only been formed not long ago. It seems like I will need a long time to train it before I can bring out its full power. Letting out a long breath, Yi Chen's finger swept across his storage ring. A huge pile of low-rank soul stones appeared on the ground. There were at least thousands of them. In the early stages of changing martial arts, there was no need for soul stones to provide yuan qi, because the original Jin qi could be directly converted into the current Jin qi, which would save the training process. But as the mysterious Jin qi was used up, it would be time to use soul stones to increase the training speed. 2 low-rank soul stones landed in Yi Chen's hand. He closed his eyes and operated the Jin qi inside his body according to the 7th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Soon, Yi Chen opened his eyes. No, the low-rank soul stone's yuan qi is not pure enough. It cannot keep up with the Green Lotus Jin qi's training speed. Do I have to use mid-rank soul stones? Normally, only the powerful warriors who had reached the astral-reaching realm would use mid-rank soul stones to train, because the Jin yuan was way too pure. It would take too much time to train the low-rank soul stones yuan qi. Right now, Yi Chen was also facing this problem. The Green Lotus Jin qi trained by the Green Lotus Sword spell was extremely pure, at least twice as pure as the mysterious Jin qi. Therefore, using low-rank soul stones would be much more efficient. Putting away the low-rank soul stones on the ground, Yi Chen took out hundreds of mid-rank soul stones. After training for a while, Yi Chen nodded to himself. This time, he was right. Although it might be a bit of a waste to train the mid-rank soul stones yuan qi into Green Lotus Jin qi compared to his power, it was nothing. With 60 to 70,000 mid-rank soul stones, Yi Chen could definitely afford it. Reaching the 8th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell from the 7th level was a very difficult process. It took Yi Chen a whole 2 months before he finally succeeded. A sharp qi flow spread out in the air. The walls of the secret room had all been eroded to a crisp powder falling down. After resting for half a day and eating something, Yi Chen continued to train his Green Lotus Sword spell. It had been 7 months since Yi Chen started his closed-door training. During this period of time, the Sky Cloud Martial School had undergone a huge change. Not only did the number of outer disciples increase from 3,000 to 5,000, but the number of inner disciples had also increased from 500 to 700. The biggest change was the number of outer masters. Countless clasping yuan realm warriors in the Windy Nation wanted to join the Sky Cloud Martial School. Because of this, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had increased the difficulty of the selection. Besides having enough power, they also had to have a good character. Those with bad reputations were rejected, and those with ordinary reputations would not have any advantage. Only some of the clasping yuan realm warriors with good reputations would have a higher chance of joining the Sky Cloud Martial School. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction with what the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had done. Unfortunately, what could they do? It was you who wanted to join the Sky Cloud Martial School, not the other way around. On this day, the Sky Cloud Martial School was the same as usual, and the number of people who wanted to join had decreased a lot. Hundreds of miles away, above the clouds, a beam of lightning flashed across. Within the lightning, one could vaguely see a beast and 2 people. The beast was a demonic beast, and it had 5 wings. 2 pairs of wings were symmetrical, and the one in the middle was a lot smaller. It was covered with lightning, and it was exactly this lightning that made its speed reach such a horrifying level. It was a couple of times faster than the Windy Vulture. On the back of the demonic beast, 2 human figures were standing. The elder on the left had a beard and was wearing a long gray robe. He was standing with his hands behind his back, looking like a powerful warrior. Next to the elder was a young man with a pair of godlike eyes. It was Si Kongsheng, who had lost to Yi Chen in the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank. On the day when the Hidden Dragon rank had ended, Si Kongsheng rode on the only rank 7 demonic beast in the floating mountain martial school, the Bright Thunder Beast. he had rushed back to the floating mountain martial school in 1 week and started his closed-door training. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Yi Chen in half a year. After all, the South Rudra region was way too big, and without a fast demonic beast, it would take at least 1 to 2 months to get back. 9 months of closed-door training. Do you have the confidence to beat Yi Chen? The elder in the gray robe asked. Sikong Sheng said, "In the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank, my first movement of the mysterious Sky Tyrant Fist art was not completed yet. My martial art had also stopped at the peak level of the 11th realm and had not reached the 12th realm yet. This time, I have successfully trained my martial art to the 12th realm, and I have also mastered the first movement of the mysterious Sky Tyrant Fist art. I have also learned the first movement of the second movement. It should be enough for me to beat him. That would be for the best. The demonic beast of the Sky Cloud Martial School is the Wind Eagle. It would take at least 2 months to get back from the Hidden Dragon Ancient City. In other words, he would only have 7 months of closed-door training, which is 2 months less than you. He has reached the late clasping Yuan realm. And 7 months would not be able to increase his battling power that much. What belongs to me, I will take it back myself. The glory in the early stage is nothing." Sikong Sheng looked even colder. The bright thunder beast flew out of the clouds, and the two could already see the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School not far away. "Get down!" the elder yelled. Pap! The lightning flashed once in the air. When it reappeared, it was already above the Sky Cloud Martial School. Such a fast demonic beast. There are people up there. There are really people. They are not friendly. Hurry up and inform the leader and all the masters. The bright thunder beast had made too much noise. Everyone on the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been stirred up. They all rushed to the plaza on top of the main mountain. Luo Xinglia walked out of the palace. Seeing Sikong Sheng on the bright thunder beast, he squinted his eyes and said politely, "I am the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia. I wonder what brings you two here." The elder looked down at Luo Xinglia. "Let Yi Chen out." "Yi Chen? He is in closed-door training. We should not disturb him." Luo Xinglia frowned. He had more or less figured out why Sikong Sheng was here. It seemed like he had made some progress in the past 9 months. This time, he must be here to beat Yi Chen and take back the dragon fountain chi that belonged to him. Shoo! Sikong Sheng jumped down from the bright thunder beast and looked around. He noticed that the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were all different. He sneered. "This battle is inevitable. I have made a deal with him. Let him fight me first, and then go into closed-door training." The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School said, "I am afraid that is not a good idea." To be honest, the headmaster had started to worry about Yi Chen. Sikong Sheng had come with a lot of power. If he did not have the confidence, he would not have come to the Sky Cloud Martial School. Since he had come, he must have the confidence to beat Yi Chen. What is not good about it? The elder was a core master in the floating mountain martial school. His cultivation had reached the late astral reaching realm a long time ago. He did not care about Luo Xinglia and the headmaster at all. Hearing him, Luo Xinglia's face looked terrible. The situation was not in his favor. Even if he did not want to, there was nothing he could do. He sighed inwardly. This dragon fountain chi was indeed a hot potato. It would not be easy to keep it, but he was one of the people who knew about Yi Chen's closed-door training. It had only been 7 months, and he would not be able to beat Sikong Sheng no matter what. "Sikong Sheng, you seem to be late." Right then, a clear voice was heard from the shocking cloud mountain behind the main mountain. It was extremely sharp, like sword chi, spreading out quickly. Chapter 300. Brother Yi has finished his training. A lot of the inner disciples and core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School felt pressured by Sikong Sheng's aura, which made them feel a bit shorter. It was like there was a giant standing in front of them, a god of war looking down on them from the clouds. That kind of king's aura had made them feel breathless. Only then did they realize who their brother Yi Chun had defeated. Their admiration for Yi Chun had reached its peak, almost to the point of worship. The cloud mist between the main mountain and the shocking cloud mountain was torn apart. Yi Chun, who was wearing blue robes and had a long sword on his waist, flew over. Wherever he passed, the air was like water, with ripples spreading out everywhere. All of a sudden, Yi Chun landed on the main mountain. Yi Chun, are you okay? Luo Xinglia hurried to ask. Yi Chun shook his head as he shifted his gaze to Sikong Sheng and said, "If you had come a month earlier, I think it would not have been that easy to win against you. But you did not take this opportunity." Half a month ago, Yi Chun had already trained his Green Lotus sword spell from the 8th level to the 9th level. In the remaining time, he had reached the peak level of the 9th level. The 3 Green Lotus Zhan Qi inside his body had gone through 2 fundamental changes. After 5 months of training, the power of his Green Lotus sword Qi had increased drastically. It could be counted as one of his killing attacks, and he would not be afraid of anyone in close combat. Sikong Sheng could feel that Yi Chen's sword aura was a bit more powerful than when he was in the Hidden Dragon Valley. However, thinking about his own improvement, he sneered, "Losing to you in the Hidden Dragon rank competition was the biggest shame of my life. Now, I will take it back with my own hands." Yi Chun glanced at the elder on the Thunder Beast. "Unfortunately, I do not plan to give away the first place of the Hidden Dragon rank and the Dragon Fountain Chi." "Then let's wait and see." The two stopped talking as their cold eyes clashed in the air. The vibrations generated were extremely horrifying. Even Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei did not dare to be within 30 meters of them. On the Cloud Mountain, Thunder Freer said seriously, "This Sikong Sheng is not simple at all. It has only been 9 months, and he has already improved so much. It seems like he is not far from the second Zhen Yuan purification." Cloud Dreamer nodded. "This is the first time I have seen this man. He is indeed a top genius with a king bloodline. The pressure of his aura alone can make people feel like they are no match for him. I am afraid only Yi Chen's sword aura can resist him. It's just that Yi Chen has just changed his cultivation method. Being able to recover his original battle strength is already his limit. His situation is not optimistic." Thunder Freer did not take Yi Chen's minor blood demon body separating great art into consideration. Although this secret martial art was powerful and could increase one's fighting power, it should not be exposed to the public. Back in the day, the blood demon had slaughtered a lot of powerful warriors from the floating mountain martial school. It was hard to guarantee that the elder on the Huang Thunder Beast would not make a big fuss about it and cause some trouble. Just wait and see. I don't think Yi Chen doesn't know about this. Cloud Dreamer was much calmer than Thunder Freer. He knew that Yi Chen's achievements were definitely not due to luck. This place is not a good place to fight. Let's go somewhere else. Once they had reached this level of battling power, their destructive power would be extremely powerful. They would not be any weaker than astral-reaching realm warriors. After a big battle, the buildings on the main mountain would be turned into ruins, which was not what Yi Chen wanted to see. Flashing his body, Yi Chen flew toward the mountains behind the main mountain. Sikong Sheng's battling intent surged as he followed closely behind. "Hurry up! Brother Yi is about to battle with Sikong Sheng. This battle will be the top battle between the young generation of the South Rudra region. If we miss this, we will never be able to see it again." A lot of the core disciples and inner disciples chased after Yi Chun. Luo Xinglia did not stop them. No matter if Yi Chun won or lost, being able to watch this battle would be a good thing for the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It would help them to have the competitive spirit. It was a short mountain in the middle of the mountains. It was less than 800 meters tall, covering 7 to 8 miles of land. There were rocks all over the mountain, and hardly any plants could be seen. On top of the short mountain, Yi Chun and Sikong Sheng stood facing each other, 100 meters apart. Around the short mountain, there were human figures everywhere. Some of them were standing on the 100-meter-tall ancient trees, while some of them were standing on the hills. There were also some people with good eyesight who had climbed up to the mountains that were a bit further away, looking down from above. Right then, almost half of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School had gathered in the mountains behind them. Who? A dim light flashed through his storage ring, and 2 dark blue gloves appeared in Sikong Sheng's hands, shining with a cold light. Putting on the gloves, the half-step Jin Yuan inside Sikong Sheng's body exploded completely. The powerful pressure spread out in all directions, and the sparse trees on the short mountain were all uprooted and blown away. It was a horrifying scene. On the other side, Yi Chun placed his right hand on the sword hilt. His body was like a sword, and his aura was like a sword. The pressure brought by Sikong Sheng's half-step Jin Yuan had not even gotten close to Yi Chun before it was cut open by that powerful sword aura, creating a peaceful area. Let's fight! The light in his eyes had reached its limit. Sikong Sheng took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Chun within a second, throwing out a fist attack. Space Flash Step. Sky Tyrant Fist Attack. Right from the start, Sikong Sheng had pushed his battling power to a new peak. It would be fine if he did not move, but once he moved, it would be like a tsunami that could shatter the sky. Green Lotus Light. Chin. Taking out his Star Scar sword, Yi Chun yelled with a low voice, blocking out Sikong Sheng's fist attack. Crack. A huge crack appeared in between the two, spreading out at an extreme speed. Within a second, it had turned into a couple of miles long and 10 meters wide pitch-black gully. The mountain is cracked. Most of the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School had never seen such a horrifying battle before. The moment they clashed, the 800 meters tall mountain had been cracked open, and the ground had been shaken. All right, take another punch from me. Sikong Sheng's eyes looked horrifying. His body shook once, and his half-step Jin Yuan spread out, covering half of the mountain. Something shocking happened. The half of the mountain that had been cracked started to attack towards Yi Chun. Combined with Sikong Sheng's powerful aura, he looked like a real battle god. Green Lotus Mountain opening. Yi Chun did not back out. The Star Scar sword in his hand was waved up, and a waterfall-like sword chi shot out, cutting the half of the mountain that Sikong Sheng was on in half. Rocks flew everywhere. Sikong Sheng flew up into the sky, throwing out a punch. It was the ace attack of the Sky Tyrant Fist art, Sky-Breaking Fist. Rumble! The other half of the mountain was completely shattered, and boulders of different sizes were thrown out in all directions, like a goddess scattering flowers. Watch out! Even the smallest of these rocks weighed tens of thousands of pounds, while the bigger ones were as big as a small hill. Most of the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not dare to fight against them alone. Dozens of people gathered together, attacking the rocks together. They looked shocked and excited at the same time. Stepping on a huge rock that had been thrown into the sky, Yi Chun thought to himself, he has indeed improved a lot. Before, this ace attack was not completed yet, and was easily broken by my Kill Heart Sword attack. But now it has been completed, and the only way left is to develop the mentality. After the completion of the Earth Realm martial arts, the warriors would have to study the mentality if they wanted to become more powerful. Astral-reaching realm warriors would not only be powerful in terms of cultivation, but their martial mentality would also be more powerful than clasping Yuan realm warriors. Take out your ace attack. Otherwise, the battle will be over soon. Sikong Sheng also stepped on a huge rock in the sky, increasing the distance between him and Yi Chun. As you wish. Immortal sky-shattering clouds. Performing his separating shadow flying art, Yi Chun left the huge rock within a second, jumping into the area where Sikong Sheng was. He was in the sky, throwing down a sword attack, accompanied by a thunder light. Boom, 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 boom. There were still a lot of huge rocks that had not hit the ground yet, still being thrown into the air. However, under Yi Chen's sword attack, they all exploded into pieces. Countless muddy yellow fireworks bloomed in the sky, looking extremely spectacular. Break for me. Sikong Sheng performed his sky-shattering fist art again. That aggressive fist power shattered the incoming sword chi time after time. His body flashed once, as if he had completely ignored the distance. He suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chun, throwing out a punch that went through the air. Watch out! Some of the disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School screamed. Sikong Sheng's step art was extremely horrifying. It was like he was moving in a second, making it impossible for people to react. Yi Chun smiled lightly as he put up his left hand's index and middle fingers, pointing out in the air. Shoo! The bright blue sword chi shot out of his fingers, cutting through the surreal space. Sword chi coming out of his body. The fist power had been cancelled out, and Sikong Sheng hurried to back out a couple of steps. In the next second, another beam of sword chi shot over. Although he had dodged fast, it still scratched his thigh, causing blood to pour out. In the sky, the elder who was standing on the back of the thunder beast frowned. He had expected to see a one-sided battle, but this Yi Chun was way more powerful than he had imagined. He had managed to tie with Sikong Sheng in the previous battle, and now he had revealed another sword chi attack that had shot out from his fingers, forcibly gaining the upper hand. Losing 2 beams of green lotus sword chi, and still not gaining the upper hand. It seems like the gap between the realms of the martial arts is not that easy to make up for. Yi Chun could tell that Sikong Sheng's martial art had improved again. He estimated it to be around the 12th level, while his green lotus sword spell was only at the peak of the 9th level. Since it was a martial art suitable for sword artists, its power was equivalent to the 10th level. Combined with the 70% sword intent, it could barely break through Sikong Sheng's half-step protective Zhenyuan layer. However, it still wasted a little bit of time. Otherwise, with such a close distance, the green lotus sword chi would not have missed. If the green lotus sword spell had reached the 10th level, the 3 beams of green lotus sword chi would become 6, and then it would be much easier to win. The green lotus sword spell was divided into 15 levels. The 7th level could produce 3 beams of green lotus sword chi. The 10th level would produce 6 beams, and the 13th level would produce 9 beams. Once it reached the 14th level, the green lotus sword chi would transform into the lotus heart sword chi. Right now, Yi Chun was at the peak of the 9th level, and he had only produced 3 beams of green lotus sword chi. Glancing at the wound on his thigh, Sikong Sheng's eyes looked extremely serious. Yi Chen's improvement was out of his expectation. He could not believe that Yi Chun could still grow even stronger, although he still had an unfinished ace attack that he had not performed yet. Yi Chun also had an ace attack. He would never forget the last battle of the hidden dragon rank, when Yi Chun had broken through his fist power with 1 sword attack and defeated him. Do not hold back anymore. Use the secret skill that can increase your battling power. The elder on the thunder beast suddenly said. Sikong Sheng nodded. Yi Chun, if this is all you have, then you will lose for sure. This time, I did not come here just to improve my power. Chapter 301. Yuan Magnetic Battle Body. The half-step protective Zhen, yuan around Sikong Sheng shrunk suddenly, sticking to the surface of his skin. It was similar to Tua Baku's defensive martial art, but the only difference was that the half-step Shen Yuan on the surface of Sikong Sheng's body seemed to be covered with a layer of magnetic light, with tiny electric sparks flashing. The powerful attraction and repulsion power intertwined together, forming a very chaotic power field. This is a magnetic field. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. On Sikong Sheng's body, he sensed a completely different power field compared to Murong Qingqing's. TSS, TSS, TSS. The half-step Jin Yuan started to vibrate at an extremely high speed. Sikong Sheng could feel that his power had increased by more than 30%. It was like he could blow up a 1,000 meters tall mountain with one punch and kill a warrior at the same level with one finger attack. Secret skills that could increase the battling power were extremely rare in this true spirit continent. Even the rank 6 martial institutions did not have such powerful secret skills. The Floating Mountain School did not have them before, but they did have the Yuan magnetic godly iron, which contained an extremely powerful magnetic power. Inside the floating mountain, there was a small piece of Yuan magnetic godly iron essence, which contained extremely condensed magnetic power. According to the special effect of the Yuan magnetic godly iron, the powerful warriors of the Floating Mountain School had spent a lot of effort to create a secret skill that could increase the battling power. Training this secret skill would not increase the battling power by itself. One would need to go inside the floating mountain and absorb a part of the magnetic power from the Yuan magnetic godly iron essence, then bind it inside the body and use it together with this secret skill. Because it was incomplete, the secret skill had a time limit. Once the magnetic power binding inside the body was used up, the battling power increasing effect would disappear as well. This time, before going to the Sky Cloud Martial School to challenge Yi Chen, Sikong Sheng had made a lot of preparations. Training the Yuan magnetic battle body and absorbing the magnetic power was one of his preparations, which was also the source of his confidence to win against Yi Chen. Fist Tyrant River. Without performing his Sky Tyrant fist art, Sikong Sheng had only performed one ace attack. The aggressive power was like the air exploding, shaking the sky. An unparalleled pressure shot out, leaving a dozens of meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide vacuum mark in the air. Boom. The place where Yi Chen was exploded violently. The powerful vibration had triggered the electric current, making a sizzling sound. What a fierce fist force. Yi Chen's body turned into black smoke and disappeared with the wind. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. Looking at Sikong Sheng's fist power, his expression turned serious. You can't escape. The Yuan magnetic battle body had boosted Sikong Sheng's speed to its limit. His feet slightly stepped out, and his whole body appeared right in front of Yi Chen within a second. His huge fists, which were covered by the dark blue gloves, shone with a chilling cold light and electric current as he threw out a punch. The air exploded again. The edges of Yi Chen's black smoke twisted slightly. Puff! A corner of the blue robe shattered into pieces. Kill! Naturally, Yi Chen would not be at a disadvantage. While he was moving, he turned around and slashed with his sword. The sword chi that was hundreds of feet long was like a giant axe that could split the sky. Sikong Sheng did not bother to dodge as he threw out a punch at the sword chi. With a cracking sound, the sword chi exploded. The extremely high frequency of vibration quickly exhausted the immortal will contained in the sword chi, and it could no longer hold on for even a moment. Brother Yi has fallen into a disadvantage. The situation is not looking good. What can he do? Sikong Sheng has a secret art to increase his battling power, but Brother Yi does not. A rank 6 martial institution is indeed powerful. They even have a secret art to increase their battling power. Even if Brother Yi loses, It will not be because of his power. Hearing his disciples' discussion, Luo Xinglia's eyebrows frowned deeply. Yi Chen being able to get the upper hand in the beginning was already out of his expectation. He did not expect the situation to change so drastically. Xikong Sheng had used a secret art to increase his battling power. In this case, if Yi Chen wanted to win, he would have to use the secret art that he had used when fighting against the astral-reaching realm warriors. Thinking up to here, Luo Xinglia glanced at the core master of the floating mountain martial school, who was standing on top of the Thunder Beast, feeling a bit worried. Whatever you have, use it all. I will shatter it one by one and let you admit your defeat. After shattering another incoming sword chi, Xikong Sheng floated in the air. His cold eyes locked onto Yi Chen, looking for the best opportunity to attack. His body flashed without any pattern. Yi Chen thought to himself, one kill heart sword attack. No, he must have a more powerful ace attack waiting for me. If I use it now, it will only hurt my spirit and will waste my battling power. The minor blood demon body, separating great art, would not work either. It was not the time to expose it yet. Once he used it, it would be troublesome if something happened. The elder on top of the Thunder Beast had scared him a lot. Then let's use the mysterious Zhen Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen sunk his spirit into his dantian and quickly touched a drop of mysterious Zhen Yuan inside the Zhen Qi spiral, trying to pull it out. Not good. I can't pull out the mysterious Zhen Yuan. Although he looked calm, Yi Chen was shocked inside. He thought that even if he had trained the Green Lotus Zhen Qi, he would still be able to use the mysterious Zhen Yuan. But he did not expect it to go wrong. The mysterious Zhen Yuan did not listen to his command at all. It only shook a couple of times before it disappeared completely. Kill. Although there was no expression on Yi Chen's face, Xikong Sheng could tell that something was wrong from his movements. He took the chance immediately and threw out his fist, conquering the mountains. The surreal space tightened, and Yi Chen was trapped within it. The fist power that came after landed right in the middle of that area, fast and violent like thunder. Dong! The air vibrated like water, and the trees nearby started to fall down one after another. The blade-like chi flow tore the ground apart, bringing up waves of dirt. On a small mountain far away, Yi Chen looked down at his torn sleeves with a serious look on his face. It seemed like he would have to use his minor blood demon body, separating great art this time. Ha! Yi Chen, why don't you use that sword attack? I will give you one more chance. If you don't use it now, I will beat you instantly. There was still more than half of the magnetic power inside his body, so Xikong Sheng was not worried about the possibility of his Yuan magnetic battle body running out. In the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank, he had lost to Yi Chen's ace attack. Therefore, this time, he wanted to beat Yi Chen, who had performed his ace attack. Raising his head to look at Xikong Sheng, Yi Chen had a cold look on his face. A secret art that can increase battling power? I have it as well. Since you want me to use all of my power, then you should be prepared for the worst. Crack! The small mountain cracked open. Blood-red chi flow shot up into the sky, dyeing Yi Chen's clothes, hair, eyebrows, and pupils all red. His whole body looked like a bloody battle god, standing on top of the collapsing small mountain. His chi and blood are burning. This is, on the back of the Thunder Beast, the core master of the floating mountain martial school's expression changed. Luo Xinglia shook his head. He had used it after all. Oh well, it's better than being beaten by Xikong Sheng. On the cloud-drifting peak, Thunder Freer forced a smile, hoping that the core master of the floating mountain martial school would not ask about the origin of the minor blood demon body separating great art. Otherwise, even with the power of the Sky Cloud Martial School, they would not be able to compete with him. A late astral-reaching realm warrior from a rank 6 martial school was not something a normal late astral-reaching realm warrior could compete with. Without exaggerating, even 10 of him would be seeking death. Cloud Dreamer said hesitantly, "I think there should be no big problem. The true spirit continent is extremely complicated. It is hard to avoid some secret martial arts. Even if this martial art is from Master Blood Demon, it should not link Yi Chun and Master Blood Demon together." "I hope so." Thunder Freer had a bad feeling about this. His chi and blood were burning, and his Green Lotus Jin Chi was boiling. Yi Chen's battling power had increased drastically and soon reached more than 50%. That kind of extremely violent power had ignited his battling intent. 2 beams of blood-red light shot out of his pupils, sharp like swords. Cut! His feet stomped on the ground, and the speed of the hill collapsing increased by 10 times. The powerful vibrating power had blown Yi Chen away, dragging a sharp red chi flow behind him. His body was like a sword, and his battling intent was like a sword. Yi Chen lifted up his Star Scar sword in the air and threw out a sword attack towards Sikong Sheng. Blood-red lightning flew everywhere. A twisting blood-red sword light tore open the air, creating a pitch-black vacuum tunnel. Sky-breaking fist. Sikong Sheng roared, pushing his Yuan magnetic battle body to its limit. Electric currents covered his whole body as he threw out a killing attack. Crack! Out of nowhere, dark clouds gathered above the mountains. A beam of lightning struck down, hitting right where the two had clashed. The balance had been broken, and Yi Chun had been blown out dozens of meters. His feet had left piles of blood-red patterns in the air. Compared to Yi Chun, Sikong Sheng had backed out for almost 100 meters. The advantages and disadvantages of the Yuan magnetic battle body and the minor blood demon body separating great art were obvious. What kind of secret skill is this? A shocked expression flashed through Sikong Sheng's face. He had experienced the power of the Yuan magnetic battle body, but his opponent's secret skill seemed to be even more powerful than the Yuan magnetic battle body. It was almost as brutal as burning his Shen Yuan. Taking a quick breath, Sikong Sheng forcefully pushed his half-step Shen Yuan, combining it with the magnetic power created by the essence of Yuan magnetic godly iron. He pushed his Yuan magnetic battle body even more violently. Electric currents appeared on his pitch-black hair, making a sizzling sound. "Didn't you want to see my ace attack? Then I will show you." Stopping his backing out, the blood-red chi flow on Yi Chen's body suddenly expanded, looking like a burning blood-colored flame. He raised his Star Scar sword with both of his hands, pouring his mind into it along with his sword intent. He threw out a sword attack. The sword chi was like a pillar, piercing through the surreal space and arriving in front of Sikong Sheng within a second. Break! Sky-breaking, earth-cracking. An electric current flashed through the surface of his pupils. Sikong Sheng stood in the surreal space steadily. The air behind him continued to shatter, creating cracks in the vacuum space. A heaven-shattering poetic perspective spread out along with the powerful fist aura of the mysterious sky tyrant fist, shattering everything. Kalala! After throwing out a fist attack, the mountain behind him could not handle the huge counterforce of his ace attack. It shook a little before shattering all of a sudden, causing dust to rise into the sky. It was almost within a second that the fist power and the sword chi clashed together, freezing right there. The sky was covered in dark clouds. Thunder and lightning were everywhere. Countless lightning bolts struck down crazily, breaking the rocks and lighting up the trees. All of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples who were watching the battle were shocked. They had never seen such a powerful clasping Yuan realm warrior before, and they might not be able to see one again in their lives. Chapter 3, 02. Shoo! A weird cloth-tearing sound was heard. The Kill Heart Sword Chi, which contained the immortal mentality and sword intent, brutally pierced through Sikong Shung's fist power, leaving behind a sharp and long pitch-black sword mark in the air. It then landed on Sikong Shung's chest with an unstoppable force, blowing him away. However, although the sword chi had pierced through the fist power, the aftermath of the exploding fist power still tore apart the air, creating layers of vacuum cracks. Countless vacuum cracks combined together, looking like a vacuum balsam flower blooming towards Yi Chun. Shoo! 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 The range of the vacuum cracks was way too big. Even with his separating shadow art, Yi Chun could not avoid all of them. Without panicking, Yi Chun put up his left index and middle fingers, and the last green lotus sword chi shot out of his body, destroying one of the incoming vacuum cracks. As the vacuum cracks disappeared, Yi Chun looked in front of him. There was a collapsed hill, and a human-shaped crack could be vaguely seen. Boom! The hill exploded, and Sikong Shung rushed out with blood dripping out of the corner of his mouth. Stepping on the ground, Sikong Shung quickly calmed down his boiling qi and blood and his half-step Xin Yuan. This time, he was able to block out the Kill Heart Sword Qi. Besides the fact that his fist power had cancelled out most of the power, it was also thanks to the chaotic force field created by his Yuan magnetic battle body, which had reduced the stability and destructive power of the Kill Heart Sword Qi. Of course, the half-step Xin Yuan on the surface of his body was also one of his defensive methods, which was 30 to 40% more powerful than the normal half-step protective Xin Yuan. Your ace attack can't do anything to me anymore. Plus, it seems like this sword attack can't be used too much. Let me see what other ace attacks you have this time. Winning or losing was very important to Sikong Shung, and the luck that had been taken away was also very important. Sikong Shung had never thought of giving up until the last second. The ground was cracked as Sikong Shung shot up into the sky. His tightly clenched fist was covered in electricity as he threw out a punch, shaking up the entire sky. Then I will show you a new killer move, Green Lotus Sky. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. The green lotus Zhan Qi inside his body had been pushed to its limit, pouring into his palm and into the Star Scar sword in a mysterious way. An extremely sharp blue Qi flow appeared on the Star Scar sword, which then condensed into countless illusory blue lotuses. Whoosh! The sword attack seemed slow, but it was actually fast. The air strangely calmed down, as if the raging river had turned into a lake with no waves at all. On the surface of the lake, different-sized green lotuses started to grow at a speed faster than human eyes could see, which was exactly the same as the scene in the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. Sikong Shung's powerful fist power entered the lake and seemed to have encountered a huge obstacle. Its speed became slower and slower, and its sharpness became fainter and fainter. Those green lotuses that were close to his fist power were like sharp swords that had been taken out of their sheaths, flying out one after another, turning into blue-colored sword chi and shooting out. What happened next was even more horrifying. The lake had been stimulated by the fist power and started to expand at an extreme speed, dragging Sikong Shung into it. Countless green lotuses turned into sword chi and hacked on his body crazily, burning out the magnetic power and half-step Xin Yuan inside his body. What kind of sword movement is this? Sikong Shung was deep in the lake-like area, trying his best to defend against the endless sword chi that was shooting towards him. The magnetic power inside his body was decreasing at a much faster rate than before. If it continued like this, the Yuan magnetic battle body's effect would disappear completely. Green lotus accumulation cut. The Green Lotus Sky was the ace attack of the Green Lotus sword art. It worked perfectly with the Green Lotus Zhen Qi, which was extremely mysterious. The immortal mentality contained in the sword intent seemed to have a nourishing effect on this ace attack, making the air even more stable, like a calm lake. Feeling the green lotus Zhen Qi inside his body being consumed at an extremely fast speed, Yichen did not dare to waste any time. He flicked his sword tip, lifting up the edge of the lake in the air. The next second, hundreds of green lotuses floated up in the air, merging together and forming into a huge green lotus. There were light purple lotuses on top of the green lotuses, surrounded by beams of blue qi flow, looking like blades. Boom! The huge green lotus spun a couple of times before attacking towards Sikongsheng. Pooh! The consumption of the magnetic power had greatly decreased Sikongsheng's defense, and the huge green lotus formed by the sharp qi flow was even more horrifying than the kill heart sword qi. It had broken through his defense instantly, shattering his half-step Shen Yuan. As the remaining magnetic power leaked out, Sikongsheng could no longer handle the power. He puked out a 3-meter-tall blood column, then was blown backward like a shooting star. The elder's face was dark like water. He controlled his Huang Thunder Beast to catch Sikongsheng and put him on the back of the beast. He then turned around slowly, his expression changing continuously as he stared at Yi Chun. As one of the core masters of the Floating Mountain Martial School, the elder's name was Jin Huang, and people called him Jin Huang. He was extremely famous in the Gray Mystery Nation, and all the warriors from the Gray Mystery Nation would be scared when they saw him. The head disciple of his martial school had been beaten. No matter how good his temper was, he would still be a bit angry, not to mention that he was not a good-tempered person himself. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun released his minor blood demon body, separating great art. As the minor blood demon body separating great art was released, Yi Chen's spirit seemed to have dropped a lot. However, a stream of qi that was extremely hard to detect had been injected into his body through the air, making his condition much better. This is the Dragon Fountain qi? Of course. He knew what Sikongsheng's intention was. It was nothing more than to decide the winner and take back a part of the Dragon Fountain qi. Although this was not a hidden dragon rank competition, if he lost, he would still lose a part of the Dragon Fountain qi. Luckily, it would not be as exaggerated as the hidden dragon rank competition, since luck was something that was constantly changing. This time, if Sikongsheng beat him, he would lose a part of the Dragon Fountain qi, without a doubt. The Dragon Fountain qi was equivalent to luck, but of course, luck was not necessarily the Dragon Fountain qi. Shu, Cloud Dreamer, who had always been quiet, appeared right next to Yi Chun. He laughed at Jin Huang. This year's young generation is indeed different. You have really opened my eyes. I am the great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Cloud Dreamer. I wonder who you are? Jin Huang said coldly. You do not need to know my name. But I have a question. What you have performed is the minor blood demon body separating great art. The last sentence was directed at Yi Chun. Cloud Dreamer's expression changed suddenly. The last thing he wanted to see had happened after all. He hurried to say, Yi Chun used to be a disciple of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Now he has become a master. He had some strange encounters in the past and had gotten some messy martial arts and secret martial arts. Shut up! Jin Huang interrupted Cloud Dreamer and yelled at Yi Chun, I am asking you, are you training the minor blood demon body separating great art? So what if I am? So what if I am not? Yi Chun knew that there was no way for this to end well. His opponent was obviously targeting him. Even if he did not perform the minor blood demon body separating great art, he could not guarantee that there would not be any other problems. Hee. Jin Huang sneered. How dare you? Do you know how many people of our Floating Mountain Martial School had been killed by Master Blood Demon? How many elders had died in his hands? Under such circumstances, you still dare to train the infamous minor blood demon body separating great art. Are you not putting our floating mountain martial school in your eyes? What a big accusation. Yi Chen said, which martial art in this true spirit continent has not been stained with blood and life? Are all martial arts unusable? You still dare to talk back? You are courting death. Without giving Yi Chen any chance to speak, Jin Huang put his finger on his thumb and flicked out a beam of golden light. Don't go too far. Cloud Dreamer roared, burning his Shen Yuan all of a sudden. He blocked in front of Yi Chen and threw out a sword attack toward the finger light. At the same time, Thunderfreer also arrived. Nobody knew when he had already burned his Shen Yuan, but he had also thrown out a claw attack toward the golden finger light. As the target of the opponent, how could Yi Chen just stand by and watch? He did not care that performing the minor blood demon body, separating great art again, would bring a huge damage to his body. His chi and blood burned fiercely as he coughed out a chunk of blood and threw out a kill heart sword attack. Rumble! The three of them were in their strongest state, but Taoist Jin Huang's strength was not something they could resist even if they joined forces. Even a wisp of his finger light could easily shatter their defenses and send them flying hundreds of meters away, coughing up 3 feet of blood. Walking down from the back of the Thunder Beast, Jin Huang stood in the midair with a cold look in his eyes. You three want to fight against me? You are courting death. Right now, I will give you a chance, and a chance to live. Hand over the minor blood demon body, separating great art, and break your own arms and legs. Then, I will let this matter go. Otherwise, I will kill the whole Sky Cloud Martial School. As soon as he said that, everyone in the Sky Cloud Martial School turned pale. They believed that Jin Huang could do it. A late astral-reaching realm warrior from a rank 6 martial school was extremely powerful. Even a normal late astral-reaching realm warrior would not be able to survive against him, not to mention them. Some of the people who had just joined had already started to run. Compared to their lives, the honor of the martial school was too far away from them. It was not worth it at all. Even if I, Cloud Dreamer, die, I will make you suffer for 3 days. Breaking their own arms and legs would be the same as cutting off their martial path, which would be even more painful than death. Cloud Dreamer, Thunderfreer, and Yi Chen were all ready to fight to the death, especially Cloud Dreamer. The burning Shen Yuan outside of his body had become extremely unstable, showing signs of exploding. A horrifying chi spread out everywhere. Shoo! Yi Chen, who was bleeding from every orifice, blocked in front of Cloud Dreamer. He was the one who started all of this, so he should be the one risking his life. He had already died once, so what if he died again? Come out! Coughing out a piece of internal organ, Yi Chen crazily pushed his green lotus Shen Qi, trying to draw out the mysterious Shen Yuan from the Shen Qi spiral. It seemed to be affected by Yi Chen's crazy emotions, as the mysterious Shen Yuan that had been silent for a long time started to wriggle. The frequency was getting higher and higher, and the vibration was getting bigger and bigger. A wave of Shen Yuan spread out, along with a violent, unstable element. It was because the mysterious Shen Yuan was not pure, as 10% of it was green lotus Shen Yuan. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. Jin Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he pointed out his finger again. Pooh! It was not Yi Chen who puked out blood, but Su Jing. Her body was slightly slim, and her white clothes were stained with blood. Both of her arms were hanging down, as if she had lost her bones. Chapter 3:03. Just like Yi Chen, Su Jing had chosen to go into closed-door training not long after she got back from the Hidden Dragon Ancient City. Because the battle between Yi Chen and Sikong Sheng was way too loud, she decided to come out and see what was going on. When she arrived, the battle between Yi Chen and Sikong Sheng had already ended. Jin Huang's aggressiveness had alerted her secretly, so she rushed over to help Yi Chen. Jin Huang had trained a gold element martial art. Even a casual finger attack from him would have the ability to break through anything. It had easily pierced through Su Jing's defense, breaking the bones in her arms inch by inch. It had all happened too fast. The mysterious Zhen Yuan inside Yi Chen's body had just been drawn out of his dantian. If he moved even a little bit, it would be all for naught. He could only watch Su Jing being blown hundreds of meters away. The good thing was that Zhu Mei had already caught up, blocking in front of Su Jing. Blood explosion spell, green lotus sky. With an angry growl, the bloody red Jin Qi outside of Yi Chen's body exploded violently. It was the most powerful ace attack of the minor blood demon bodies separating great art, and it also had the biggest backfire. Even Yuan Zhongbo did not dare to use it, because once he used it, there was a 90% chance that he would be crippled and a 30% chance of dying completely. It was extremely dangerous. Correspondingly, after using the blood explosion spell, Yi Chen's battling power had increased again, reaching more than 80%. It was almost the same as burning his Zhen Yuan to increase his battling power. Not only that, the mysterious Zhen Yuan that had been poured into the meridians in his right arm had also been dyed red by the spell. In other words, the second he used the mysterious Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen's basic power would be similar to an early astral reaching realm warrior. Combined with the 70% sword intent and the ace attack from the green lotus sword art, it would be possible for him to kill a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. As for a late astral reaching realm warrior, the result would be revealed soon. Shu, the star scar sword in his hand, was as heavy as a mountain. Yi Chun threw out a sword attack that looked slow but was actually fast. The boiling air calmed down at an unnatural speed, turning into a dead silence. Then, countless green lotuses with a hint of red appeared, covering the entire sky. Humph, you dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Break! Taoist Jin Huang snorted coldly. He raised his palm horizontally and slapped the void. A golden brilliance condensed into a giant palm, tearing apart the stagnant air, tearing apart countless green lotuses, and opening up a pitch-black vacuum passage. The vacuum passage seemed to contain a great gravitational force, sucking in everything around it. Puff! Yi Chen's 7 orifices were bleeding, and his body reeked of blood. Right then, Yi Chen's body suddenly shook. His green lotus sword spell, which had been stuck at the peak of the 9th realm, had suddenly reached the 10th realm under the great pressure. At the same time, his cultivation had also made great progress. Not only had he reached the peak level late, clasping Yuan realm, but he was also not far away from being able to purify his Zhen Yuan. Yi Chun had finally understood that the more pressure there was, the more explosive power there would be. If he did not explode in silence, then he would die in silence. Green lotus accumulation, cut. Without showing any excitement, Yi Chen's eyes were resolute, locking onto Taoist Jin Huang like a hawk. Right then, his mysterious Zhen Yuan had already been poured into the star scar sword through the meridians in his arm. The star scar sword exploded with a bright light that could even dim the stars in the sky. Under the dazzling light, a fist-sized green lotus appeared on the tip of the sword. It was light purple in color, with strands of blood diamond-like qi flowing around its edge, easily cutting through the surreal space. Shoo! As Yi Chen's sword hacked down, the fist-sized green lotus shot out at a horrifying speed, leaving a perfectly straight black line in the surreal space. The black line did not disappear for a long time, extending for hundreds of meters, as if it had divided the whole space into 2 parts, one above and one below. It was extremely creepy. Not good. How can this kid have Zhen Yuan? If it were only Zhen Yuan, Taoist Jin Huang would not even spare a glance, as he could turn the opponent into ashes with a flick of his finger. However, Yi Chun had just used the blood explosion spell, combining his Zhen Yuan with his qi and blood, which was equivalent to burning his Zhen Yuan. His basic strength had increased drastically. Not only that, Yi Chun was also a sword artist who had comprehended 70% sword intent. With the two added together, even a mid-astral reaching expert would have to suffer a grievance if they were careless. Moreover, he did not put the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School in his eyes at all, and had only used 50 to 60% of his Zhen Yuan, not to mention burning his Zhen Yuan. The current him could not even compare to a mid-astral reaching expert with his protective Zhen Yuan. If he were hit by this sword, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The speed of the Green Lotus was too fast. Daoist Jin Huang did not have the time to thicken his protective Zhen Yuan, so he could only raise his right middle finger and point out, "Gold Bright Finger." Gold Bright Finger was Daoist Jin Huang's famous martial art. Even if he used 50 to 60% of his strength, its might was not something an ordinary astral reaching expert could compare with. Shoo! The golden light streaked across the sky, colliding with the unceasingly revolving Green Lotus. There was no sound, nor any sound or light effect. The two tightly stuck together, without any sound or presence, as if they were two magnets. Everyone was somewhat unable to adapt. It was as if they clearly knew that thunder was about to strike, and they could already see the flickering of thunder and lightning, and they had already made all the preparations. Yet when the lightning struck down, there was not the slightest sound of thunder, which was rather unbearable. It might have been an instant, or it might have been a long time. With a loud bang, a dazzling radiance soared into the sky, tearing apart the black clouds in the sky, tearing apart the thunder and lightning, unceasingly spurting out firepower. At first glance, it looked like a fan-shaped light screen, the starting point of which was precisely the point where the golden light and Green Lotus collided. With a loud bang, Yi Chun and Daoist Jin Huang were both blown back. The difference was that Yi Chun was blown back while spurting out blood, and his body seemed to have lost a lot of weight, becoming as thin as a stick. On the other hand, Daoist Jin Huang's face was slightly pale, and he slid back several hundred meters in the sky without any injuries. The gap between the two was too big. Even if Yi Chun had surpassed his limits and burst out with the most powerful attack of his life, a gap was still a gap. Compared to Daoist Jin Huang, who had hastily counterattacked, he was still not his opponent. However, being able to push Daoist Jin Huang back several hundred meters was enough to prove Yi Chen's strength. Sky-shattering strike, sky thunder strike. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer bit their tongues, trying their best to recover from their absent-minded state. Their Zhen Yuan, which had been pushed to its peak, poured out without any regard for their lives, and performed their most powerful martial arts, attacking Daoist Jin Huang, who had just stabilized his body. Victory or defeat would be decided in this one move. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. This time you will all die, and the Sky Cloud Martial School will be completely destroyed as well. Yi Chen's frontal attack had made Daoist Jin Huang's blood boil. He had to hold back his blood for a long time before he could swallow it back down. Seeing Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer seize this opportunity to attack him, Daoist Jin Huang was instantly enraged. He did not care about the fact that forcefully increasing his Zhen Yuan would bring a huge burden to his body, and threw out two finger attacks with 70% of his Zhen Yuan. Pooh! Although Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer's attacks were not as powerful as Yi Chen's attack, they should not be underestimated. However, this time, Daoist Jin Huang had used 70% of his Zhen Yuan, which was not something that the finger attack from before could compare with. Without any suspense, the two attacks had been shattered. Cloud Dreamer laughed bitterly. "Brother Thunder, please take away all the people that you can, especially Yi Chun." Leave a route for our Sky Cloud Martial School, a lifeline. Do not let our last hope die. Otherwise, I, Cloud Dreamer, will not be able to face all the previous leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School. I will not be satisfied even if I die. The last sentence was almost yelled out by Cloud Dreamer. Thunderfreer's expression changed. Cloud Dreamer, what are you doing? Hurry up. There is no time. I will use my last drop of blood to stall him. Cloud Dreamer was already extremely unstable. His exploding Zhen Yuan had been completely messed up, and he could no longer calm himself down. His whole body was like a container filled with gunpowder, ready to explode at any second. Thunderfreer shook his head and sighed. He was ready to die as he said to Cloud Dreamer, "There is no more chance." Look. Cloud Dreamer followed Thunderfreer's gaze and saw Yi Chun, who was covered in blood, flying back. His robe was stained with blood, and so was his hair. Senior Cloud Dreamer, Senior Thunderfreer, I know what you are thinking, but I can't back out, and I can't run away. If I were to sacrifice the whole Sky Cloud Martial School for my life, then what would be the point of me staying alive? The scary heart demon will stop me from reaching the life and death realm for the rest of my life, and I will not live up to your expectations. I do not want to carry such a heavy burden. Since the day I, Yi Chen, picked up my sword, I have never thought about running away, and I have never thought about letting someone else die for me. This is all because of me, and I will be the one to end it. You don't need to try to persuade me. I have made up my mind. As he spoke, Yi Chen took out a huge amount of blood sunflowers and swallowed them. He then performed his blood explosion spell without caring about his own life. Right then, his mind had never been this resolute, and his will had never been this strong. The sword intent kept rising up into the sky, and it seemed to be endless. Such a horrifying sword intent had already surpassed his body's limit, and his skin started to crack. Peak 70% sword intent. No, it should be 80% sword intent. Jin Huang gasped as he screamed in his mind. This kid can't be left alive, or he will become a huge threat. Right now, he was already scared. If he could not kill Yi Chen today, he would have nightmares for the rest of his life. Woo, woo, woo. A lot of Sky Cloud Martial School's female disciples started crying, while the male disciples' eyes became more and more determined. Wu Ming, I want to go up and fight. What do you think? Zhang Haoran, who was only at the peak of late condensing reality realm, took a step forward and flew into the sky. Wu Ming laughed out loud. Zhang Haoran, don't look down on me. Do you think I, Wu Ming, am afraid of death? Unknowingly, all of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples had gathered together. Those who could fly stood next to Cloud Dreamer, and the rest, while those who couldn't stood on the ground. At this moment, the Sky Cloud Martial School was unprecedentedly united and powerful. Everyone's mind naturally gathered together, eventually turning into a fighting spirit that would rather die than surrender. Zhumei, let's go up. Being held in Zhumei's arms weakly, Su Jing said in a low voice. Zhumei had tears in her eyes as she slightly nodded. Lu Hanshan chuckled, but no one knew what he was laughing about. They only knew that his smile was bright and gentle as he flew into the sky together, with Zhumei. Looking at the crowd of Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples, Jin Huang was in a bad mood. He had never seen a situation like this before. In his mind, the Sky Cloud Martial School should be in a desperate situation. Then all of you die? Jin Huang roared out. His Zhen Yuan started to burn fiercely, and an extremely horrifying aura swept out, condensing into a hurricane that tore the ground apart and collapsed mountains. That golden fiery light looked like a golden sun. Golden sun splitting. An extremely condensed light ball condensed on his fingertip. Jin Huang believed that once this light ball exploded, no matter how many people there were, they would all die. Sigh. Right at this moment, a sigh was heard. It seemed to be right next to everyone's ears, but also seemed to be far away from the sky. It kept lingering in the air and vibrating. Right after that, the gray sky suddenly cleared up. In everyone's sight, a mountain-sized, huge hand pressed down, covering the sun and the sky. The fingerprint on the palm was so clear that even the heaven and earth were shaken.